It was May. I don't remember what year it was, but it was in front of my home. She was in the car with him in the passenger seat.
Okay. So you assisted the defendant move to Georgia, and when he moved here, were you guys in contact with each other? And let me rephrase the question to be more specific. When he first moved here, what kind of relationship did you guys have? Did you see each other often?
No, I did not see him often when he moved here. I would speak to him when he needed something, and that's when he would reach out to me.
Okay. So you were a support system for him?
Yes.
Okay. So did he ever reach out to you regarding employment or needing help with a job or anything?
He reached out to me about an employment issue that he was having with Dollar Tree. And in the midst of me counseling him, I recommended that he could leave there, find another job, and as a CDL driver, if he provided me a clean driving record, I would help him find a job.
Okay. So at that time, it's your understanding he was working for Dollar Tree?
He was working for Dollar Tree.
Okay. And at some point, did he stop working for Dollar Tree?
He did.
And do you know where he worked after Dollar Tree?
I saw him at U-Haul. I went to U-Haul to rent a truck, and I saw him there. So I suspect that he was working there.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that he was working there or that he was changing jobs?
From Dollar Tree to U-Haul?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So did you speak when you saw him at U-Haul?
No.
Okay. Now, you said that he reached out to you when he needed help with work or work-related issues. Did he ever reach out to you in terms of needing help with any other aspect? Well, strike that question. I'll rephrase it another way. Did you know that he had children?
I did.
Did you meet his children?
I did.
When did you meet? Do you recall when you met them?
I met the boys when I met them at the hospital when I took them home. I met them at the hospital.
Okay. Prior to, and we'll get to that later on, but before you got to the hospital, had you met any of his children before then?
I met Taiwan. There was a funeral. We had a family funeral in D.C. We traveled there, and I met him there. He was an infant at that time.
Okay. Did you ever meet Treasure?
No.
Did you ever meet Rodney Jr.?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to meeting him at the hospital?
No.
Okay. So he was here. He's your nephew. He had children. The family never got together for family meals or birthdays or family reunions or anything like that?
Yeah, the family in here in Georgia, we get together all the time.
Okay. Was Rodney or the defendant ever at any of those get-togethers?
No.
Did he ever, were any of his children ever at any of those get-togethers?
No.
Were they adult get-togethers?
They were family cookouts, Christmas dinners, Mother's Day gatherings, Father's Day gatherings, any kind of gatherings, Sunday meals.
What other family members would be at these get-togethers?
I have two daughters. They were always there. I have, and then Rodney has a sister, and she would be there most times.
Okay. But he was never there?
No.
Okay. Did you guys ever share photographs of children or members of the family?
When?
Just at any time, at any of these family gatherings or when the family was just talking to each other?
The ones who were at the gathering, did we share photos? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did you ever see any photographs of the defendant's children?
No.
How did you know he had children then?
When he moved here, he told me.
Okay. Did he ever reach out to you and ask you for help with the children?
I offered help with the children when he was having an issue at Dollar Tree. They were complaining he was bringing them to work, and I had told him that he should not take them to work and that I could care for them. I believe at that time Passion was in the hospital giving birth to the probably RJ, and that is what he told me why he didn't have child care, because she wasn't there. And I told him he could bring them to me. I would keep them so that he can keep his job.
And did he take you up on that offer?
No.
So did he ever allow you to assist him with the kids?
No contact, but when he moved here, I, just like any other young family member that's moving, you give them things. So I invited him to come over, and I gave him blankets and pillows and kids' clothes and other things that I had that, you could give to someone who was just, relocating. So I provided those things for him, but I didn't meet the children.
Okay. So I want to call your attention to the year 2023, which is the year that Treasure died. How did you learn? Well, before we talk about Treasure's death, did you have any type of communication during that year with the defendant?
2023?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
Okay. How about Passion? Did you speak to Passion that year?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall what month you spoke to Passion?
October.
Of 2023?
No, I think it was November 2023.
Okay. And did you call her or did she call you?
She called me.
Why?
She reached out to Rodney's mother because she was having issues getting her children. And my sister suggested that she contact me because I was family here and I was in the legal field and I could help her.
Okay. What do you mean she was having issues getting her children? What type of issues?
When I spoke with her, she explained that Rodney had taken the children and she wanted to get the children back.
Did she say when he took the children?
I believe it was sometime that summer. And she said that she explained to me that she had been in contact with him and then the contact had stopped and she wanted to get the children back.
Did she tell you where he took the children from? Was she where she was when he took them?
Yes.
Where was she?
She was in Maryland, where she was living at the time.
So after she called you to ask for your help with getting the children, did you offer your assistance?
Yes, I asked questions about why she was there. I didn't know she had moved. She was informing me of everything that she had encountered while living with him. This was the first time I'd heard any of this. So I was totally shocked. I apologized to her. For what she had experienced, And first I wasn't sure if I would believe her or not because, people break up, young kids break up. So while she was telling me her story, I began to fact check and start looking up things. And then I learned that it was factual. It was true. She was having these experiences. And then the detail of things that she was saying is not something that you would share. So she was very vulnerable in terms of sharing information. And then I told her that I would look into it and I would definitely help her. And I started working to help her get her kids back.
And what steps did you take to help her get her kids back?
I asked her, did she have any documents, the birth certificates or anything like that to demonstrate that she was their parent? She said when she left here, she didn't have anything, any of that. So I told her to try to get those records. I contact a couple of attorneys I know here into family law, and then I looked to see if he even the kids were legitimated with him and they were not. So when I spoke with her again, I told her that she can come in and get her kids. I looked up the court records and saw what had happened, and I told her that she'd get here. We'll get the police involved, and I'll get some other people, and we'll go over there and get the kids.
In your legal profession, have you ever had to deal with legitimation processes?
Personally, or just in my profession?
Well, either.
I'm a little bit aware of it, the process.
What does that process mean to you? Or what does it mean to legitimate a child?
Well, you claim your parenting rights, and which is quite different from Maryland. I think she was somewhat confused because up there, if both parents are there and there's an issue, usually the court, the law, the police don't kind of intervene with that. But here it's different, and there's a different process. And when I looked up the records, I saw that Rodney had initiated the process, but it was not complete. So she still had the right to them.
Okay.
And for her to bring those papers and everything she could gather to the police station here, and we can get police support for her.
Okay. Did you contact Defax?
I did.
And how did you make that contact? Did you go to an office? Did you make a call? How did you reach out to Defax?
When I spoke to her early November, generally we go home for Thanksgiving, and I was trying to see if she could get here, and then we all could go back to the D.C., Maryland area together. So I was trying to see if she could come while she was having trouble getting here. And I said, well, if you can get here Thanksgiving, before Thanksgiving weekend, we could drive back, we can get a larger vehicle, some way to help support that transition back if she could get here. I think,
Did you ever contact Defax and express any concern about the safety of the children?
I did. When she couldn't get here and the time delayed, she told me that she was concerned. I wasn't concerned before, but she shared to me that she was concerned, and I asked her, had she reached out to her Defax worker, and she said she had. I encouraged her to keep calling. I called. I encouraged her to email them so she could have a record of her attempting to state her concern.
Okay. And did you, so this was in November 2023?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did she get the kids back at any time prior to Treasure's death?
No.
Okay. So Treasure died in December 11th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
So this is about a month later after your attempts to assist Passion with getting help, getting her kids back. How did you learn about Treasure's death?
She called me that morning, and I thought she was calling to tell me that she was on her way because
Who is she?
Passion.
Okay.
I thought Passion informed me, but when she reached out, when I got the call, I thought she was calling to tell me she was on her way to Georgia.
And what did she tell you?
She was crying and yelling, and she was begging me to go and get the boys. She said that something had happened to Treasure, and the boys were with the neighbors, and can I go get them? Can I go get the boys?
Did you?
I did.
And when you got the boys, what did you do? I'm sorry, you got the boys from the neighbor, Miss Coakley?
Well, that's what I thought would happen. I spoke to the neighbor. She told me that she'd had them. And when I reached the home where they lived, the police were there, and there were a lot of cameras there, and I was surprised at that. But the police were there, and I approached the officer and explained that I was their aunt and I was there to get them. And he said that they were waiting for some special police force to come and to assess the children to see what was needed. They needed to be spoken to first before they could be released.
Okay.
And so I waited probably about 3 hours while all this was happening, and then learned that they needed to go to the hospital and that Defax will reach out to me to come and pick them up from the hospital when they were ready to be released.
Okay. While you were waiting, did you enter the defendant's home?
No.
Okay. So you left that location, which was 4165 Renfrew,
Yes.
and you went straight to the hospital from there?
No, I went home to wait for the call.
Okay. And did you go to the hospital?
I did.
Which hospital? Was that CHOA, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta?
Yes. Downtown?
Yes.
Yes.
When you arrived there, who was there? Were any family members there at the hospital?
Well, I called Rodney's sister, Kiana, because she was working downtown at the time, and I wanted some family to get there quicker than I could get there. And I asked her to go there and to check on things while I was making my way there, because I learned that the boys didn't have anything to wear. They didn't have any clothes or any shoes. So I needed to stop and find them something to wear. So that delayed me getting there.
Okay. So once you got there, was Kiana there?
She was there.
Okay. Were any other family members there?
Myself and my daughter, Courtney, she was with me.
Okay. And where were the boys? And when I say the boys, I mean Taiwan and Rodney Jr. when you got to the hospital?
They were in the triage room.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Do you know why they were in the triage room?
I learned that they were being hydrated and they were severely dehydrated. They had some medical issues. They were severely dehydrated.
Objection.
But
Hearsay.
I'll rephrase. Were they able to be released that day when you got there?
One of them was able to be released initially.
Okay. Were the boys at some point released to you?
They were not released to me at the hospital. I was mandating that they get further evaluation and treatment.
Who did you make that request to?
The medical doctors that I was speaking to about their care, and the nurses.
And why did you think, without telling me what the doctors told you, why did you want the boys to get medically examined?
While there, I learned.
Well, without going into what you learned, because I don't want to risk you telling me what somebody else told you. Did you see the boys?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw the boys, what was their condition? And let's first talk about Taiwan and then Rodney Jr. When you saw Taiwan, how did he appear to you?
He was excited, overly stimulated, moving around. They were eating pizza, and he was just consuming a lot of pizza, more than an average child would eat. And he was hugging everyone and just bubbly and talking a lot.
Could you understand what he was saying?
No, not clearly. You have to kind of go back and forth a little bit and help figure it out.
Did he ever tell you anything about what happened to Treasure?
He did.
What did he tell you?
Well, he would say that he missed his sister. He would more so talk about his experience than hers. He would just say he missed her and he would be looking for her. He wanted her, but he didn't articulate anything had happened to her, to me.
Okay. What did he tell you about his experience?
Well, he said these things once he was living with me, but not at the hospital.
Oh, okay, okay. And we'll get to that shortly. So what about Rodney Jr.? What observations did you make when you saw him at the hospital?
He sat there, he stared, and they were attempting to hydrate him, and it was a problem. They couldn't get a vein to hydrate him, so it took longer, which is why he wasn't released. But Taiwan was able to be released. Okay.
So at some point, were the boys, Taiwan and Rodney Jr., released to your care?
Not from the hospital.
Okay. When were they released to you?
When they left the hospital, Defax took them into custody. They were sent to a foster parent who had them for a few days. They were sent to another foster parent who had them for a few days. And to avoid them bouncing from home to home, my daughter and I positioned ourselves to take them in while they worked through getting them back to their mother.
Was Passion at the hospital when you were there?
I stayed there overnight till about 5 in the morning. They finally went to sleep, and then she arrived a few hours later. So I didn't see her at the hospital.
Okay. So let's talk about once you and your daughter took care of the boys. This was, do you know approximately how many days or weeks after Treasure's death?
Maybe 2 to 3 weeks, maybe. I know it was after Christmas, because I remember I would have taken my tree down, but I left it up for them. So it was after Christmas.
And can you describe to us the boys, and we'll start with Taiwan. So what, was he walking?
Taiwan, right?
Yes.
Clumsily walking.
Was he talking?
He could talk, yeah. He could talk.
Okay. Could he clearly communicate to you things that he wanted or needed?
Yeah, he wanted to eat all the time. They both did. When they wanted to eat all the time, and they would hang out and go to the kitchen, and RJ would kind of peep over the counter and put his hand up and just run it down the side to see if he could feel something to grab. When we would feed them, we couldn't take the food off the table. We couldn't remove the plate off the table. They would cry and they would get upset. So we had to leave the plate on the table, even though it may have been empty or they may have wanted more. And we had to say, well, we're going to do this and we'll come back. It'll be here. We had to leave it there. We couldn't take it off, even though they would leave and go in another area of the house. The plate had to stay. They'd get upset if the plate was not on the table.
What about, were they was Taiwan potty trained?
No.
Was Rodney Jr. potty trained?
No.
So they were both in pull-ups?
Yes.
And at this time, Taiwan was how old?
I think he was 4. I'm sorry. He was 5. So it was 3, 4, and 5. So I think he was 5. Right?
Were you ever able to potty train him or get him to use the bathroom while he was with you?
Yes, he got better. He got better over time, communicating with him and rewarding him when he went, and getting him to understand what was happening, with his body when he felt the urge to go to the bathroom.
Did he, what about Rodney Jr.? Were you able to potty train him while he was with you?
We started the process. I started the process with him, but no.
Now, were you working during this time?
I was.
So who were the boys with during the day while you were at work?
My daughter, Courtney.
Okay. What about at night, when it was time for sleep? What was that like for the boys? Were they able to go to sleep and sleep through the night?
Well, we never left them alone at any time, 24/7. They had to be monitored and redirected constantly. The first night they were there, we all slept in the family room so we can observe them, and didn't want to be alone, and they didn't want to be without each other either. Taiwan, he wanted his brother around. RJ he was just there, he just sat. It took him a while. He would just sit there.
Sit there and do what?
And just stare off. He would just stare off, and like he wasn't even there. He would just sit there. And that's how he was in the hospital when they were trying to get blood from him. And to see him sit there while he would just sit there. Just sit there and just wander off initially.
Did Taiwan ever talk to you while he was with you about what happened to him while he was living with the defendant?
He talked a lot. Well, he said things in which I think that this is maybe what he heard in foster care. I think people talking around kids and saying certain things they shouldn't hear. So some of what he was repeating, I know it came from an adult. But what he said about his experience is that his dad knocked his tooth out.
Did while Rodney Jr. was with you, did he ever become verbal?
He did.
He did?
Mm-hmm.
Did he ever talk about what happened while he was living with the defendant?
No, he wasn't able to speak to that degree, but he was able to say, or motion, like, please. He would sing songs from the TV and Disney Kids. So they would have songs, and he would mumble the songs. He began to kind of move around and dance. He began playing with trucks, and was able to say things like eat, and you would ask him a question now, he would answer it with yes or no. So he was beginning to relax a little more and to be more comfortable. He would give hugs. He eventually started showing affection. Yeah.
And how long were the boys with you?
Probably, maybe 6 weeks, maybe.
Okay. One moment. No further questions, subject to redirect.
All right, thank you.
Good, still morning, Ms. Kamara.
Good morning.
I want to ask you some questions going back to, said the first time that you had met Taiwan was at a funeral that was in D.C. for a family member of yours and Rodney's?
Yes.
Okay. And Taiwan at that time was an infant, you said?
Yes.
And Rodney had contacted, Rodney contacted you, or you contacted Rodney when he was moving down here to begin with?
He contacted me.
Okay. And after he got down here, you helped counsel him on topics like employment and education, correct?
Correct.
But after he had relocated to Georgia, you did not see Taiwan or any of the other children, correct?
Correct.
Now, in described, I think a bunch of like family get-togethers that you were having around that time that Rodney wasn't present at, correct?
Correct.
And when you said like all the family would get together, you're talking about your daughters, correct?
My daughters and his sister.
Okay.
We were primarily the only family here, really.
Okay. And fast forwarding to 2023, it's in October of 2023 that you speak with Passion for the first time about these concerns related to her relationship and the children, correct?
I would say it was November. I think it was closer to November than October.
Okay. But there was, you were trying to consult her, and you have a legal career, and you know lawyers, and you're like, here's what we can do if you come down here where we can get the kids, because she has legal custody of them, correct?
Correct.
And that is sometime, I guess best as we can recall, early November?
Yes.
Okay. And she, and you can give advice and say this is what I do, but she had trouble getting down to help, I guess, put that plan into action, is what your testimony is,
To
correct?
pick up the children?
Yes. Okay. And so you travel up to that neck of the woods for Thanksgiving of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And you have another conversation with her at that time about trying to get a bigger car and get her to come back down to Georgia with you, correct?
No. I was talking to her frequently after our first conversation, daily, weekly. We were talking frequently.
Okay.
And in one of those conversations, I don't think I said this to her, but my plan, I think I did tell her that I can help her get back. We're coming up there. If you get here, we'll figure out a way that you can ride with somebody, you and the kids, to get back. Mm-hmm. So that's what I had said to her.
Okay.
Not for her to come to Georgia, but to get them back.
Correct.
After she's gotten here.
Correct. So the plan being that because she's the one with legal custody, she needs to come to here to get the children, to take them back to her, correct?
That was her plan. Yes.
Okay. And this was something that y'all talked about basically throughout November of 2023,
Yes.
correct? And to your knowledge, Passion did not ever come down to Georgia. I mean, she didn't come with you, correct?
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, she didn't talk to you and say, I went down to Georgia and I tried to do what you said and it didn't work, or that didn't happen, correct?
Yeah.
And in your discussions with Passion about legal custody and legitimation and things of that's when some of the, well, in Maryland, it's different than it is here, correct? In Georgia.
Repeat that, please.
So in your conversations with Passion about legal custody and the legitimation process for fathers, really, y'all talked about that, or she had a misunderstanding as to maybe what Rodney's rights were, or her rights were in Georgia, correct?
Yes.
And part of that misunderstanding was because of how it works in Maryland, correct?
Yes.
And I don't want to misstate, but how would you describe that discrepancy between your understanding of how it works in Maryland and how it works in Georgia?
My understanding or her understanding?
Well, I think that you can only speak to your understanding, so I'm asking you.
What's the question?
The difference in this process between Maryland and Georgia.
My understanding, well, I think it's depending on who it applies to, but for a mother here in Georgia trying to get access to her children who may be with their biological father, and if they've not gotten through the whole process of legitimating the children, then she has rights that he doesn't have.
Okay. So and that's the difference that you're pointing out, whereas in Maryland,
It's different, I believe. believe it's different. And her experience, that it was different from what she was told when she called the police to help her with the kids.
And that the difference would be that, as far as you know, that the father in that situation would have more rights than they do in Georgia. Is that the discrepancy?
I believe it's a difference.
Okay. You had testified on direct that at some point you had saw that Rodney initiated the legitimation process, correct?
Yes.
To the best of your recollection, do you know generally month and year when that may have occurred?
In hindsight, I believe that when he did that, she was not living here because he never served her on it, and I don't think she was here to be served.
Okay.
But I don't remember specifically. But in hindsight, I think that's what was happening.
Okay. And so, to the best of your recollection, it would have had to have been sometime after Passion had left Georgia and gone back to Maryland. Because you said it was when she wasn't living here, right?
That's what I
Okay.
vaguely recall.
Okay. Ms. Kumar, I may not have any more questions for you, but just give me one moment, okay?
Okay.
Yes, just one question. Do you recall if the defendant's attempt to legitimate the children was after June 2023?
I'm sorry, I don't recall. I don't remember the date. I just remember looking at the document and seeing that he had attempted to do it and that he had not served her, and that's what I remember. I don't recall the date when it happened.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
All right, you are officially excused. Thank you for coming in this morning. You are free to leave the building or you can remain in the courtroom, your choice. Does the state have another witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls James Williams.
Turn your face, please. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you shall hear shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. You can take your seat. For the record, state your full name and spell it.
James Williams, JamesWilliams.
Good morning, Mr. Williams. How are you?
I'm fine.
Please introduce yourself to the court by telling us where you work.
Fulton County Defax,
And what does Defax stand for?
Department of Family and Children Services.
And what is your title there?
I am a case manager
Okay.
with the 18 to 21 unit, extended foster care.
Extended foster care?
Yes,
Okay. And how long have you worked for Defax?
10 years.
What are your current duties with Defax?
I work in the 18 to 21 unit,
Okay.
extended foster care.
And what do you do? with
We
that
help
unit?
transition young adults into independent adults.
And how long have you been doing that?
Maybe 2 years.
And prior to that title, what unit did you work in?
Family Preservation Services.
Were you working in Family Preservation Services in 2022?
Yes.
So explain to us what the Family Preservation Services with Defax, what is the purpose of that unit?
The purpose of that unit is to try to preserve families.
And what does that mean to you?
That means that if there are safety concerns identified with the family, that unit would intervene with services to try to mitigate the safety concerns by increasing parental capacities and lessening the child vulnerabilities.
Okay. And in 2022, were you involved in Defax? Well, let me ask you this. When you receive a case that you're working on, does that case have a number?
Yes. And
can other Defax workers work on the same case number?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you make notes in the case of what you do and all of the steps that you take when you're working a case?
Yes.
How do you receive a case?
That case usually comes from my immediate supervisor.
Okay. And is that based on any particular thing like location or age of children, or is it just you're just randomly assigned a case?
I could be randomly assigned a case.
Okay. And in 2022, were you involved in Defax case number 184-73387?
Yes.
And are all of the steps that you took in this case noted in that report?
Yes.
And do you recall when you first started working on this case?
I couldn't recall the exact date.
Okay. Do you remember what type of information you were given about this case?
I recall the
Objection.
allegations.
Hearsay, implicit hearsay.
You mean the direction that was given to him to begin the case? He had to get some direction.
I don't think the question was about the direction. I think it was about the information.
He has to receive information in order to start the process. So is that what you're asking that he not answer?
Yes, Judge.
Your response?
Your Honor, it's a part of his duties and responsibilities. It's documented in the case number. He's not going to speak to any specific statements that were given by people, but just the general information that he had so that he could determine what to do with this case.
I'll overrule the objection. You can answer the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Williams, what general information did you have about this case?
General information would be that it was a case of domestic violence, intimate partner, domestic violence with exposure.
What does exposure mean?
Meaning that there were children in the home.
Were you aware of how many children?
6.
Okay. And after you had that general information, what were your duties and responsibilities in terms of this case?
It would be to go out and meet response time and try to complete a family functioning assessment of the home.
Okay. Did you, as a part of that, do you attempt to make contact with the parents?
Yes.
Do you attempt to make contact with the children?
Yes.
And how is that contact usually made? Over the phone, in person?
Over the phone, in person, unannounced.
Why unannounced?
It could be unannounced or announced, just depending on the case.
Okay. But what's the purpose of an unannounced visit?
Depending on what the case may be, you may not want to announce your arrival.
Okay. And was this the type of case where you would have wanted to announce your arrival or not?
I would say not.
Okay. So based on that, did you attempt to make a home visit on June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall the home location that you went to?
I recall the location.
Okay. Was it 4165 Renfrew Court, Unit B? I'm sorry. Unit A?
Yes.
Okay. And who were you attempting, well, what did you do when you arrived at that location on June 25th, 2022?
Knocked on the door.
Okay. And was that knock answered?
No.
Do you recall what time of day this was?
No.
Did you leave any type of notification at the door when you did not receive a response?
I don't know if it was that day or not.
Okay. Did you leave the location after no one answered?
That's correct.
Could you tell if there were any sounds coming from inside the
I don't
location?
recall if I did that day or not.
So can you speak into the microphone so everyone can clearly hear you?
I don't recall if I did or not that day.
Okay. Did you attempt to call that location on June 26, 22?
Yes.
And who were you attempting to call?
I attempted to reach either the mother or the father.
Okay. Were you able to make contact with either?
No.
Did you have the name of the father?
Yes.
Did you have was that Rodney McWay?
Yes.
Did you have the name of the mother?
Yes.
Was that Passion Mitchell?
Yes.
Did you leave a callback number?
Yes.
Did anyone call you back?
No.
Did you attempt to make another home visit on June 26, 2022?
Yes.
And did anyone answer that knock?
No.
Did you hear any sounds coming from inside the home?
No.
Did you eventually request assistance from law enforcement?
Yes.
Did you call 911 on June 28th, 2022?
Yes.
Why?
I was unable to access the home.
Okay. And so what was the purpose of calling 911?
To get law enforcement to assist.
Okay. Does Defax have the authority to enter a home without permission?
No.
So if you go to a home and no one lets you in, you don't have the authority to enter on your own?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know if law enforcement made an attempt to do a welfare check after you made that call on June 28th, 2022?
They did.
Okay. Were they successful?
No.
On June 30th, 2022, did you go back to that location?
Yes.
And did you make contact with a neighbor in the unit next door?
Yes.
Do you recall that neighbor's name?
No.
Okay. Was it Miss Coakley?
Yes.
And did she tell you that she had called 911 the day before?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she called 911 the day before?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She had heard screaming and yelling and moving around in the unit.
Okay. And did she tell you if law enforcement responded to that call?
She stated they had. I believe she stated they had.
Okay. Did she tell you if they were able to make contact with anyone inside the home?
I think they spoke with Mr. McQuay.
Okay. Do you think they spoke with him, or do you know that they spoke with him?
I'm not sure if they spoke with him or not. I believe that they did speak with him,
Okay.
but not the rest of the residents.
Okay. Did you ever make contact with Passion Mitchell?
Yes.
When?
I wouldn't recall the date, but I've been able to speak with her on the phone.
Okay. But it was after all of these June attempts?
Yes.
And it was over the phone?
Yes.
Did you call her and she answered, or did she call you?
I think she contacted me in response to my attempts.
Okay. And what was your goal in speaking with her? What kind of information were you trying to get from Passion?
Just to ensure that she and the children were safe and be able to complete a assessment of her home.
Okay.
Identify myself as the case manager for the case.
Okay. And was she, what type of information did she give you?
I was on the road at that time. I pulled over. I told her that I was on the road. I wanted to pull over and speak to her. And once I called her back, there was no response.
Okay. Did you ever speak with any of her family members?
Yes.
And did she have family, the family members that you were speaking to, do you know where they were located?
They were in Maryland.
Okay. And how did that contact happen? Did they call you or did you call them?
I called them.
Okay. And did she have any family in Georgia, to your knowledge?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, without telling me what her family members said, were they concerned about her safety?
Yes.
Were they able to provide you with any information about her?
Yes.
Were they able to provide you with any information about the children?
Yes.
Did they cooperate with you?
Yes.
Based on the information, and don't tell me what her family members told you, but based on the information that you received from them, did you have a follow-up conversation with Passion?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you ever try to encourage her to relocate to Maryland?
Yes.
Why?
Just based on the allegations and the safety concerns.
Okay. And what were your concerns?
I was concerned that she was being physically abused and the children were being exposed to it.
Do you recall in August of 2022, Passion sending you pictures of herself?
Yes.
Okay. No, that's okay. I'll see if we could pull it up on our drive. Pictures of her injury. It's like 16. Please. 17, 18, and 19. In a moment, Mr. Williams, I want to show you what has been previously entered as States Exhibits 16, 17, 18, and 19, okay? And while we're pulling that up, I can continue to ask you questions. Did she, thank you. When you're done, please. And are those the pictures that Passion sent you?
Yes.
Of her injuries?
Yes.
Did she tell you how she received those injuries?
No, she did not.
Okay. Did she tell you who caused those injuries?
The assumption was,
And
but I can't.
well, no, don't make an assumption. Would you like to refer to your Defax report to refresh your recollection?
I believe that she stated that this was the result of an altercation she had in Georgia and before going back to Maryland.
Okay. And she sent you those pictures on August 25th, 2022.
Objection, leading.
I couldn't recall the exact date.
Wait.
Rephrase the question.
Do you recall the date that she sent you those pictures?
No.
Do you recall the month?
No, I don't recall the exact month.
Would you like to look at your report to refresh your recollection?
Yes. It would have been August.
Of what year?
22.
And did you what was the conversation you had with Passion, or do you recall the conversation that led to her sending you those pictures?
Trying to recall the conversation I had that led to her sending me those pictures.
Okay. Well, after she sent you those pictures, did you give her any advice on what to do?
I did.
What did you advise her to do?
I advised her to remain in Maryland and avoid any contact with Mr. McQuay. And if she had to come back to Georgia, to make sure that she had law enforcement involvement if she ever visited the home again.
Okay. And was that the last? Did you have any conversations with Passion after that conversation?
I can't recall.
Okay. And so I want to talk about family preservation services. Were you at this point trying to did you ever have a chance to see the children?
I was able to see the 3 eldest children.
Okay.
And that was virtually.
Okay. Did you ever see the 3 younger children?
No.
Now, why was it important for you to actually see the children?
To observe for safe bruises, scratches.
So as a part of the family preservation services, if you had been able to assess the home properly and interview all family members, what type of services could you have provided this family?
Well, based on the allegations, it would have been trauma assessments, domestic violence assessments, counseling.
Would you also have been able to assess any needs that the children may have had?
Yes.
And in what way could your agency address any specific needs for the children?
It depends on what it was. If it's an educational need, if it's a mental health need, we're able to address those.
What about services like food?
Yes, we're able to also assist with that.
Clothing? What about medical needs?
Yes.
Were you ever able to provide any of these services to this family?
The services we were able to provide were to the 3 eldest, and they were located in Maryland at the time. We were able to implement trauma counseling.
Were you ever able to provide any services to the 3 younger ones?
No.
And were those 3 younger ones Taiwan McWay, Treasure McWay, and Rodney Jr.?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions. Subject to redirect.
Good morning, Mr. Williams.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you about the two, first, the two home visits that you had attempted. Remind me the date on the first home visit?
I don't recall the dates, the specific dates.
Okay. Does that sound like June 22nd, 2022?
I know it was in June.
Okay. And you had gone to the house was it during the daytime?
Yes.
Okay, so sun was out?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to Unit A and you knocked on the door, right?
Yes.
Okay. And nobody came to the door, correct?
That's correct.
And there are some windows on the front of this building as well, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, you don't recall if the home had windows?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you are doing one of these home visits to assess the situation, do you try to get any information about, I guess, the outside of the house when you're coming up to it, or how any of that looks?
No, we just read the background information regarding the case, in reference to the case.
Okay, so you read the background information, you go to the address, correct?
Correct.
You walk up to the door and you knock on the door, right?
Yes.
And then if somebody answers, then you talk to them, right?
Yes.
And if nobody answers, then you leave the address, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But if you had seen, as for hypothetical, a child in the window waving at you or something like that, you would have, that would have been something that you would have made note of, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And same thing for the next visit. I believe that on direct it was June 26th of 2022, but you say you don't remember specific dates, right?
Correct.
Okay, but there was a second visit with the same outcome and procedure. You went to the house, correct?
That's correct.
And you knocked on the door, right?
That's correct.
And then nobody came to the door, correct?
Correct.
And if somebody had come and opened the door at that time and then shut it back in your face or something like that, you would have made note of that. That would have been relevant to your home
Yes.
visit, correct? Okay. But that didn't happen in these visits, correct?
That's correct.
And the state asked you if you heard any sounds inside of the duplex unit at those times, and you said for both visits you didn't hear that there was people on the inside, correct?
That's correct.
And you had gone back a third time, but this was to speak with the neighbor and the other duplex, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Was that also a attempt, after you talked to her, did you try to knock on the other door, or?
I don't recall.
Okay. And the concern that you were addressing, that y'all were showing up for, as it pertains to the children, is that they were being exposed or observing the abuse that was occurring allegedly between Mr. Rodney McWay and Passion Mitchell, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And she gave you photos that the state showed you that, to the best of your knowledge, or reviewing your report, you say sometime in August of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
And so when you get photographs of injury and this person's telling you, hey, this is because I was struck, right? And that would have been a crime in Georgia, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's not something, and your advice to her was to come back and get the remaining kids with the assistance of law enforcement, correct?
No.
No, what was your advice?
My advice for her was to, initially I asked her to press charges.
Okay.
And I told her if she were to return to Georgia under any circumstances, make sure that law enforcement was present.
Okay. But that is not something that you or Defax refers to law enforcement when you're given evidence, something related to an adult in a situation for a case that y'all are working and there's evidence of a crime in your estimation. That's not something that you would refer to law enforcement?
If I witnessed it, I would.
Okay. And so where this person had given you purported evidence of the crime, you would not?
I did not. I did not.
And I guess more specifically here, you did not?
I did not.
I do not have any more questions for you, Mr. Williams. Thank you.
Any other questions from the state? No, Your Honor. All right. So I want to thank you for coming in today, sir. You are officially excused. You get to leave the building or you may remain in the courtroom, your choice.
Thank you.
All right. Does the state have another witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor. Is that all? Okay. The state calls Miss Danae Ruiz.
Turn your face, lady. Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you shall give us shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You can take a seat. For the record, state your full name and spell it.
Danae Sainz Ruiz, Danae Sainz Ruiz.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. Please introduce yourself to the court by telling us where you currently work.
Yes, I'm currently employed as a school social worker
Okay. And how long have you been a school social worker?
for about a year.
And prior to that, what did you do?
I worked at Northeast Georgia Medical Center after obtaining my master's degree.
Northeast Georgia Medical Center.
Yes,
And what did you do there?
I was a social worker for ambulatory care.
For what?
Ambulatory care,
And what is that?
helping older seniors just with services and benefits.
Okay. Were you ever employed with Defax?
Yes, I was.
And when were you employed with Defax?
From February of 2019 until June of 2023.
What were your duties and responsibilities with
My la-
Defax?
My last position there was as a supervisor for investigations.
Supervisor for investigations?
Yes.
What were your responsibilities?
Oversee caseloads of about 5 different caseworkers and making sure that I was following up on timely manners in all cases that came through our jurisdiction.
Okay. Now, the court reporter has to take down everything you say, so just make sure to speak a little slower.
Okay.
When you were working with Defax, were you involved in case number 184-73387?
Yes.
And what was your role with this case?
I was assisting Fulton County. I was employed out of Hall County, and we were called to help assist Fulton. That was one of the cases assigned to me, so I was working the case.
Okay. And when you say working a case, what were some of the things that you were assigned to do with this specific case?
The case was called in due to domestic violence concerns. The prior caseworker that was working on the case did not have any contact with the family or the children, so I picked up where that person left off. That meant making contact with everybody, doing home visits, making sure that I was seeing the children, talking to the parents, and just trying to figure out if the allegations were in fact accurate.
And was the person who was working the case prior to you, James Williams?
Yes.
So your role was to pick up where he left off.
Correct.
And your primary concerns were talking to the parents.
Yes.
And what were those parents' names?
Rodney McWee, I don't know if I'm saying it correctly, and Passion Mitchell was the biological mother.
Okay. And seeing the children.
Correct.
Do you recall the children's names or how many children?
There were 6 children in the home, and I do not recall all of them on the top of my head.
Okay. Was your concern to see all 6?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what were the first steps that you took when you start working this case?
Per our policy of the division is to review all past cases to make sure what has been done in the past, what efforts have been made currently. So that's where the steps I took, was just review, seeing what the other caseworker had done, and then try to see where I could go from there. I made contact with prior caseworker, reporter source of that case that was called in currently, and started making efforts to contacting mom and making home visits.
What's a reporter source?
Could be anybody in the state of Georgia that calls into the hotline to make a report of child abuse or neglect.
Okay. There were reporter sources for this case?
Yes.
Were you able to identify who those people were?
Yes.
And who were they?
The reporter source is anonymous per policy. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to divulge that information.
You are.
Okay. It was a neighbor.
Okay. And her name?
Cannot remember her name.
Was that the neighbor when they were living at 4165 Renfrew Court?
Yes.
Now, based on your review of what was done prior to you working the case, was contact ever made with the parents?
No.
Did anyone ever see the children?
No.
Okay. Do you know approximately how long these efforts have been going on?
Probably about a month.
After you reviewed the case, what did you do?
I started making contact with whoever I needed to, such as neighbor, mom, trying to find a number for dad, and I went ahead and completed home visits.
Okay. So let's take that step by step. Were you able to make contact with the neighbor?
Yes.
And was that contact over the phone or in person?
Over the phone.
And what did she tell you?
She expressed concern about the children as well as the mother. She was aware that there had been some domestic violence instances in the home and that there was a recent arrest due to a domestic violence altercation. She also reported that she would hear the children screaming and banging on the door and window asking for help.
Did she tell you if she ever saw the younger 3 children outside of the home?
No.
No, she never told you that, or no, she never saw them?
No, she never saw them.
Was that the only contact that you made with the neighbor?
Via phone, yes, there was a lot of text message interchange during the time that I was working the case.
Okay. And what was the purpose of those text message exchanges?
Just to find out if the children were home, because I was making my way down to do an unannounced visit, or just to get an update from her as to whether or not she was aware that they were still there or had heard anything from the family.
And what was your understanding of where the children were? Were they home or not?
They were in the home, yes.
Okay. So let's talk about contact with the defendant, Rodney McWay. Were you ever able to make contact with him?
No.
Did you ever try to contact him?
Yes.
What attempts did you make?
I made several home visits over the course of the case to try to make contact with him.
Okay. Now, were those home visits at the same time of every day? So, for instance, would you go at 2 o'clock every day, or were they different times of different days?
Different times of different days.
And why is that?
Just to try to catch the family at a certain time. All my visits that I made, the vehicle was outside of the house, so I knew that they were there. And whenever I did go, I could hear noises in the home and I could see lights on. There was just nobody ever come into the door.
What type of noises did you hear?
TV noises, children. You could see lights in the home.
Did you ever make contact with Passion Mitchell?
Yes, I did.
And what was that contact, in person or via phone?
In person.
Okay. When was that?
That was around July. Mid-July, I went to her employment.
You went to her appointment?
Employment.
Oh, employment. Okay. Before you went to her employment, did you go to the home?
Yes,
Do you recall that date in July?
July 19th,
Of what year?
2022.
And when you went home, when you went to make the home visit, did anyone answer the door?
No.
Did you hear any noises inside?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with the neighbor when you made that home visit?
Not in person.
Okay. But there was no answer.
Correct.
So when you left the home on July 19th, 2022, what did you do?
I proceeded to get in contact with the neighbor to try to find out if anybody was home. And I also was aware that the mother worked at a nearby Wendy's. I just had to figure out which Wendy's that was. So I made my way to 2 different Wendy's that were relatively close to the address to try to figure out which one the mother worked at.
Okay. And did you ever make contact with her at Wendy's?
I did.
And how, was it that same day or a different day?
Same day.
How was that contact made?
I left my business card through the drive-through window because it was still closed due to COVID, so nobody was allowed in the dining room. And the manager called me very quickly after I left my business card.
Very quickly that same day?
Yes.
Do you recall the manager's name?
I don't recall the manager's name.
Okay. What did when the manager called you back, did you return to that location?
Yes.
And why did you return to that location?
He asked me to please come back and speak to him rather quickly because he had some concerns he wanted to share.
Okay. And did you go back?
Yes.
While you were, would it help you to review your report to refresh your memory about the manager's name?
Yes.
Okay. You can take a moment to do that.
Alexander Hill.
Okay. So you spoke with Mr. Hill and he told you that he had concerns about her?
Yes.
Was she to report to work that day?
Yes.
And did she report to work while you were there?
She did.
And did you have a chance to speak with her?
I did.
And what was that that conversation? What did you ask her?
I just let her know the reason for my being there, that I had to speak to her about the allegations that were reported to the department, that I needed to see her and the children and try to make contact with the home itself to try to see what the living arrangements look like. She was very defensive in the beginning, wouldn't really give me much information, just said that everything was fine, there were no concerns, and that there were no issues of safety. I continued to talk to her through the conversation, just kind of repeating myself, the same questions, repeating the allegations, and she kept repeating that everything was fine. She eventually got very agitated and angry at me and walked away.
Did you observe any injuries on her?
Yes.
What did you observe?
She was limping when walking into Wendy's, and when she sat in front of me, she did have, her eye was shut, and she did have a knot in her head.
Did she tell you how she got those injuries?
No, I asked her directly, and she evaded the question.
Was that the only contact that you made with her?
In person, yes.
I want to, so you said in person, what other contact did you make with her?
I avidly called Wendy's multiple times a week, multiple times during the day to make sure that I could get in contact with her.
Why did you call Wendy's?
She didn't have a phone.
Did she tell you why she didn't have a phone?
Not in the beginning, no.
Did she ever tell you why she didn't have a phone?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
That it was taken from her by Mr. Rodney.
Did at any point she become more cooperative or less cooperative with you?
More.
Okay. When was that?
Actually, same evening that I was there, I waited for a little bit longer while Mr. Hill talked to her. My understanding was they had a close relationship and he was able to assist her in some instances. So he did speak to her that evening and she was able to come back and speak with me.
And what did she tell you?
She came back to the table crying and just was very open about what was going on at home, but said that there was currently nothing going on. In previous there was, but there were no concerns for her safety as of the day that I was seeing her.
I want to, this is July 27th. No, I'm sorry, this is June. Is this still the same day of July 19th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to kind of back up a few days before you finally met Passion at Wendy's. Did at some point you think that she was not in Georgia?
Yes.
Where did you think she was?
In Maryland.
Okay. I want to call your attention to a call that you made to Maryland 911. Do you recall that call?
I do.
And did you have an opportunity to review what has been marked as State's Exhibit 29 prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
And did you listen to that call?
Yes.
Is that an accurate copy of the call that you made?
Yes.
Any changes, deletions?
No.
Or additions?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to tender Exhibit 29 into evidence.
Any objections?
Your Honor, we do object, and may we approach?
Sure.
a family that relocated to Maryland, and I need to file a child abuse and neglect report. Okay, what is their address? The address that I have for the family is 753 Custis, Cuscis Street. Okay. And what's a good phone number for you? 678-446-9687. Okay. And what was your name? I'm sorry. Danae, Danae. And my name is S. Go ahead. Oh, you're okay. How'd you spell the last name? S as in Sam, A-I-N as in Nancy, Z as in zebra. Okay, and you're with the Department of Children and for Georgia? Yes. Okay. Were you working with them while you were in Georgia, or while they were in Georgia? So we were, however, it's a very valid health situation between the mother and father. We were never able to get in contact with any of the children to check on their well-being. And then the father took away everybody's phones, and they relocated to Maryland. So I'm very concerned about the entire family functioning. Okay.
Stopping at 1 minute and 47 seconds. Is that the call that you made to Aberdeen?
Yes.
And why did you call Maryland? What information did you have at that point?
In review of the record from the prior case manager, it listed that the family had relocated, and that was a reason for my call.
Okay. And were you able to confirm whether or not the 3 younger children were in Maryland?
Not that day, but later in the case, yes.
Okay. The 3 younger children were in Maryland?
But they were not.
Oh, that they were not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Were you ever able to make contact with the 3 younger children?
No.
Did at any point Passion tell you that she would not allow you to have contact or make contact with the children?
No, then July 19th when I was at Wendy's, I was trying to tell her that I needed to see the children. So I was trying to work out with her whether or not Rodney could either bring the children to Wendy's or even just keep them in the car and I could physically see them. But she was very adamant that that was not going to happen, that he would not do that, and that wouldn't be something feasible.
Okay. So at some point when you were not able to see the children, did you take any further actions once you realized you weren't going to get anywhere with them allowing you to see the children?
Yes.
What did you do?
I reached out to her mother and maternal and grandmother up in Maryland to try to have a conversation with them about what they knew was going on and if they were able to assist in any way to try to get them to safety.
Okay. And without telling me what her family said, were they able to assist?
Yes.
Or were they able to assist the 3 older or the 3 younger or all 6?
Only the oldest.
Now, what steps does Defax take to try to remove children from the home?
A lot of steps. One of the most important ones is that we have to physically see the children and the entire family, which was one of my biggest barriers. We have to gather a lot of evidence as far as the family dynamics, what was going on in the home, prove whether or not the allegations were true, try to round family to help assist with children or, the whole family unit as a whole. Just several different steps that have to go into that.
Okay. And if all of those steps are taken, well, strike that question. Did you ever try to file for an emergency removal?
Yes, twice.
Twice?
Mm-hmm.
What is an emergency removal?
Basically proving to the court that the children are unsafe in the hands of mom and dad. For whatever reason, the case came into the department, and that's only if we are not able to find relatives in the area that are willing and capable of taking care of those children.
Now, you said you attempted twice. Why?
The overall concerns throughout the life of the case, I was able to gather a lot more evidence about.
Objection, Your Honor. I think we need to approach again. I apologize.
Emergency removal, and you mentioned that you attempted twice. I want to focus on the attempt from July 27th, 2022, that deal with the 3 younger children, okay? So were you able to file for that emergency removal?
No,
Why not?
I was denied by the judge.
Okay. And why was it denied?
Per the judge, was irrelevant information and not something that was happening or currently ongoing that we were aware of, and because I had not seen the children.
Okay. So because of that inability to see the children, you were, in essence, not able to remove them from the home?
Correct.
If you had been able to see the children, would that have assisted in that emergency removal?
Yes, if no other interventions had worked during the time that I was working the case.
Okay. Were you able to even attempt any other intervention procedures?
No.
Why not?
Due to lack of contact, the only person I was ever able to contact was mom.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, subject to redirect.
Signs Ruiz, the home visits that you had detailed, did you recall what dates those were?
Not on top of my head, no.
Okay, but to the best of your recollection, there was more than one attempt?
Yes.
Okay. And that you that you heard televisions on the inside when you were standing on the outside, right?
I heard children. I heard movement in the home and lights on.
Okay, so you did not hear TV?
No.
Okay. And you said that you heard the children. Did you see the children through the window?
No.
Okay, but you saw the lights were on?
Yes.
Okay. And and when you knocked on the door and you said, I heard children inside, did you hear anybody come to the door?
No.
Okay, so nobody came to the door?
No.
Okay. And so, to the best of your recollection, you made some home visits, you knocked on the door, you heard that kids were inside, but you didn't hear any adults on the inside?
Correct.
Okay. And that didn't trigger you to call law enforcement or anyone else about that. You just noted that in your file, correct?
It not triggered me to call?
You did not call law enforcement?
I did.
At that time?
Yes.
Okay. Locally?
Yes, APD.
Okay. And so APD came out while you were there?
Mhm.
Okay. And y'all knocked on the door and no one opened the door and then you left?
Well, we didn't leave right away. I was giving a lot of evidence as to why I felt it was necessary to go inside the house, and I was told there was nothing that they could do.
Okay. And so ultimately, the conclusion of those is that you did not go inside the house and you didn't speak to any adults at this time, correct? Okay. Now, you had the July 19th finding Ms. Passion Mitchell at the Wendy's or locating her there, correct?
Correct.
And then you initially spoke with her manager who expressed his concerns, correct?
Correct.
And so he was trying to help facilitate you contacting her, correct?
Correct.
And at first when she talks to you, she's not very open, but then you talk again and then she opens up a little bit more, correct? And at the conclusion of that in your report, you summarize that Passion tells you that she doesn't feel that she feels that she can go home that night, she would not be in danger, and the children are fine, correct?
From what she reported, correct.
Okay. And you have a conversation with her grandmother the following day on July 20th that we talked about on direct, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And about how they can help as far as what kids can come up and all that. You tell the maternal grandmother, you note in your report that she, being Passion, only wants the oldest kids out of the house, correct?
Correct.
I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you.
Anything on redirect?
No, Your Honor.
I want to thank you for coming in today. You are officially excused, which means you get to leave the building or you can remain in the courtroom, your choice.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a recess break, 10-minute break. Thank you. Everyone rise for the exiting of the jurors.
Objected as to because of hearsay, because it was cumulative, because it was bolstering of other prior testimony, and so that was the objection and the legal basis therefore, and what we're objecting to. I hope that helps to perfect the record, because that conversation was had out of the presence of the jury and off the record.
Anything from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, the state asked that objection be overruled because the 911 call was corroborating additional evidence. It was not cumulative evidence, and it had never been presented to the jurors before that evidence of the Defax contacting Aberdeen under the assumption that the children had been relocated to Maryland. This witness was under the assumption that all 3 children were in Maryland and was simply trying to get a case opened in Maryland to conduct a welfare check on the children. And we did limit the duration of the call. We didn't play the entire call. We only played less than 2 minutes of the call.
And so I will also note that similar to some other existence of 911 calls and the purpose therefore that we had stipulated to as to other calls that were made in connection with this case, we had also offered during our discussion off the record, we had offered to stipulate to the existence of the call and allow Ms. Saint-Jury's, the witness, to explain the things that the state had just said was the purpose of the call.
All right, thank you. And I overruled the objection and allowed the state to play that small portion of the 911 call. Anything else before we take this break?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing will happen, Mr. McQuinn.
All right, so you can get your full 10 minutes. Back at 11:25. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Officer William Whitman.
Turn to face me. Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You can take your seat. For the record, state your full name and spelling.
My full name is William Albert Goodman, William, Albert, Albert, Goodman, Goodman.
Good morning, Officer Goodman. How are you?
Good morning, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for being here today. Please introduce yourself to the court by telling us where you're currently employed.
I'm a U.S. diplomatic officer out of Washington, D.C. for the U.S. Secretary of State.
And what are some of your duties and responsibilities in that role?
Just protect foreign and domestic diplomats that come into the building. Wherever the Secretary travels, I'm with him side by side. Anybody that wants to meet him, they have to come through me.
Okay. And how long have you been in that role?
Approximately a year.
1 year? Okay. Prior to that, did you ever work at the Aberdeen Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And what were the dates that you were employed with the Aberdeen Police Department?
12/17/2021 till August 8th of 2024.
August 8th, 2024. And at that time, were you post-certified?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And were all of your certifications up to date?
Yes.
Did you undergo any specialized training other than being post-certified?
Crisis intervention training, active shooter training, that was it.
Okay. And what were you assigned to a specific unit when you were with the Aberdeen Police Department?
No.
And where is the Aberdeen Police Department located?
It's in Hartford County, Maryland.
Okay. What were your duties and responsibilities when you were with them?
I was a patrol officer, so conducting routine patrols in certain areas, doing traffic stops, your normal routine as far as like answering calls for service.
Were you employed July 16th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Were you on duty?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And I want to call your attention to an Aberdeen Police Department calls for service report. Okay. Do you recall being called out for a welfare check?
Yes.
And tell me how you received that call.
Normally a dispatch member would call us on the radio and tell us that they'll give us the address and location of where we're supposed to be, and we'll respond to that location.
Okay. And did you respond to that location?
Yes, I did.
And what type of information did you have in addition to what you just went through? You have the location, right?
We have the location, the caller, just some borderline demographics of what's going on.
Do you recall who the caller was?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall if the call was made from someone in Georgia or Maryland?
Maryland.
Okay. And were you given the names of any specific people that you were supposed to be checking on?
I believe it was a female and some children that I was supposed to check on at that time. I don't remember the name approximately at that time.
Okay. Do you recall how many children?
I believe it was 3.
Okay. Okay. If I want to show you the calls for services report to refresh your recollection of the number of children, just to make sure, now don't read from the report, but just review it, and then when you've had a chance to review it, look up.
3 children.
Okay. And were you able to make contact with any children when you went to that location?
No.
What did you do when you arrived?
I was a partner of the primary officer at that time. Officer Persol, I believe, was the primary officer on that call. We went to the front of the residence, knocked on the door, to no answer. He went next door and spoke to the neighbor about, anything that was going on pertaining to that house.
Okay. When you were knocking at the door, did you hear any sounds inside?
No.
Were you able to make any contact with anyone on the inside?
No.
Was the neighbor, without telling me what the neighbor may have said, was the neighbor able to provide any additional information?
The neighbor said that.
No, don't tell me what the neighbor said.
Gotcha.
But were you given any additional information from that neighbor?
No.
Okay. And when there was no answer, what did you do?
When there was no answer, I just stood to the side and let the primary officer handle the responsibility. At that time, I was just, I guess I was training, per se, so I was watching what he was doing.
Okay. So once there was no response, did you guys leave that location?
Yes, we did.
Did you ever return that day or any time around that time frame of 2022?
Only for the second time for the call of service of the female.
Okay. And we'll get into that. Do you recall when that second call was made that you responded to?
I don't recall
Okay.
exactly.
Would reviewing your report refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do you now recall that date?
Yes, I do.
What was that date?
That was July 6th,
Of what year?
2023.
So almost a year later, or actually, yes, almost a year later. What was the nature of that call?
That call was that a woman said that her baby's father took her vehicle, hasn't returned the vehicle, and also took her kids along with the vehicle.
Okay. And did you respond to that location and speak with that female?
I did.
And was her name Passion Mitchell?
Passion Eva Mitchell, I believe it was.
Okay. And did she give you a description of the car?
I believe she did, but I don't recall like the make and model or what type it was at that time.
Okay.
It was on the call for service, I believe.
Okay. And she told you that in addition to the car, her children were taken?
Yes.
And did she tell you the number? Was it 3 children?
Yeah.
Okay. And did she give you, did she know who took her car and her children?
Yes, she did.
So she was able to provide you with a name?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall the name that she gave?
Rodney McBay or McGay.
Okay. That's enough. Okay. Were you able to recover her car for her?
No.
Were you able to recover her children for her?
No.
What information, if any, was she provided about what to do about her children?
As far as bringing them back to her?
Yes.
She didn't really have an idea where he was going. So we were kind of all in a loop about where he was or where, if he was in D.C., was he already close to Atlanta? We didn't know. Okay. So she only just said it was three of her children that they had together.
Okay. But you were never able to locate the children or the car?
No.
Okay. Did you ever make contact with the suspect, Rodney McQuay?
Yes, I did.
Was that in person or via phone?
Over the phone.
Did you speak to him personally or did the other officer?
I spoke to him.
Okay. And were you able to get any information from him about the location of the car?
No. He only stated that I couldn't hear any children in the background. I just let him know that, hey, you need to bring the car back. And he said he was turning around and he'd bring the vehicle back.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you know if that car was returned?
No.
Do you know if the children were returned?
No.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, subject to redirect.
Officer Goodman, if I understood the last part of that, you had a conversation with Mr. McWay on the telephone, you said?
Yes, I did.
And the conclusion of the telephone is that he needs to bring the car back, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I don't have any more questions for you, thank you.
Anything on redirect?
No, Your Honor.
So thank you for coming in today, sir. You are officially excused, which means you get to leave the building or you can remain in the courtroom, your choice.
Thank you, Mayor.
We are going to break for lunch and we will return at 1 o'clock.
I'm trying to get that money up.
You're trying to do what?
That money?
Oh,
Got a little settlement to come from.
oh, period. Get your money.
Got a little.
You
Got a
going on
little.
vacation, Bessie?
Oh,
That's what I was gonna say.
Ethiopian.
No, I said, look at me, bring me none.
That's so healthy of you.
Nah, I'm quick back from you.
It came together?
I think it's like I said. I think it's Yes, it's downstairs.
Where's my son? Okay.
Oh, damn. You better learn some family next time.
You can have some of my cereal. But you got food.
Hey, what's that gonna bring us from? She'll take that more.
What you do?
What you know about sugar daddies?
you. Everyone may be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Michael Gaither.
Turn to face me. Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you say here shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir, I do. You can take your seat. For the record, state your full name and spell it.
Michael Gaither, that's Michael, Gaither, Gaither.
Good afternoon, Officer Gaither. How are you today?
Good morning.
I want to start off by introducing yourself to the court. Where are you currently employed?
With the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with them?
Approximately 28 years.
Okay. And are you post-certified?
I am.
And are you currently assigned to any special unit or division?
Just the Zone 4 precinct
Okay.
as a patrol officer.
As a patrol officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a patrol officer?
Patrolling the district of Zone 4.
Okay. Is 4165 Renfrew in Zone 4?
It is.
Okay. And were you on duty July 16th, 2022?
July 6th.
I'm sorry. October 26th, 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you assigned to that? Were you still assigned to that same zone, Zone 4?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you respond to a call involving location 4165 Renfrew?
I did. I think the initial address might have been Baker's Ferry.
Okay. And why? So Baker's Ferry was the initial address?
As an automobile accident, if I'm not mistaken.
No, we'll get to that one. We'll get to
Gotcha.
that.
Okay.
Yeah. But do you need to review your report to refresh your recollection?
And you're referencing, you said October 26th, correct?
Yes, 2022.
All right. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So were you on duty that day?
I was.
And were you patrolling the location that day?
I was.
And as a part of patrol, what's your general purpose as a patrol officer when you haven't specifically been called yet, but just patrolling the area?
Just that, patrolling the area, looking for things out of the ordinary, suspicious people, just in general.
And while you were on patrol on that day, did you come in contact with a female by the name of Passion Mitchell?
I did.
And do you recall where you initially came into contact with her?
In the area of Baker's Ferry, and I cannot recall the immediate cross street leading to Renfrew, but within maybe a 25, 50-yard radius from my contact with her to that front door of 4165 Renfrew.
Okay. So when you first encountered her, how did you encounter her? Were you called for help, or were you on patrol?
Just driving down the street. Baker's Ferry is a windy road, very dark, and I just came upon her suddenly. And
what was she doing?
Just basically standing there on the roadway.
Okay. Was it lit up? Were there street lights?
There is a street light there, but it's still very dark. So, like I said, I came up on her very suddenly.
And did you stop?
I did.
And did you ask her any questions?
I did.
What did you ask her?
I asked her if she was okay, if she needed any help, and she replied that she did not, that she was okay.
Okay. And was that the extent of your interaction with her at that time?
Yes.
And then what did you do?
went back on patrol, continued patrol.
Okay. And at some point, did you go to the location of 4165 Renfrew Court?
Yes, ma'am.
And what called you to that location?
I was dispatched on I guess like an abandoned children call.
Okay. And when you arrived there, what did you see?
Initially, I encountered Mrs. Mitchell, Passion Mitchell, as well as I guess a co-worker of hers, and then shortly thereafter, Mr. McWay arrived.
Okay. So when you first approached, Passion was the only person at the location and a co-worker?
Yes.
And where was Passion located when you first approached?
Right outside the house.
And what was she doing?
Just sitting there with a co-worker. That's about it.
Okay. Did you ask her if she is the one who made the call?
Not that specifically, but I think in the very beginning, I stated that, I asked her the question if you were the one that I had encountered out on Baker's Ferry earlier in the night, and she acknowledged.
Okay. So you remembered her being the female that you saw earlier?
Yes.
Do you remember the amount of time between when you saw her earlier on the street and when you responded to this home?
No, that I can't. I would put it from a half hour to maybe an hour and a half.
Okay.
Half hour, hour and a half. I can't say specific.
So when you responded to the home, what was the nature of the call that was dispatched to you? That the children had been, that I guess that her husband had left the house locking the kids inside, or had left the kids inside. Okay. Now, when you referred to him as her husband, why did you make that referral to him as her husband?
Well,
did anyone tell you that? Did they tell you they were married?
No.
Is there anything in the 911 call that said that they were married?
No.
Okay. Was that just an assumption that you made?
Well, just out of having had some knowledge of the residents previous, so I might have assumed that they were married, but yeah, that's why I referred to just now.
Okay, but that was just based on your assumption. You didn't have any evidence.
I didn't know. I don't know whether or not they're actually married. No.
Okay. So what did she tell you when you initially approached her at the home?
Simply that he wouldn't let her back into the house. It became more about a domestic incident. My line of questioning dealt with, did a domestic incident occur? And she stated that it did not occur in a domestic incident. And
so she said, was she trying to get into the home?
She was.
Why?
As she simply stated, that Rodney wouldn't let her back in.
Okay. Were the children in the home?
Yes.
Did she tell you that the children were in the home?
Yes.
Okay. At some point when you were interviewing her, did he arrive at the location?
Yes.
And did you speak to him?
Briefly.
What did you say to him?
Just in response to him, he asked, could he continue on into the home, and then asked specifically about Mrs. Mitchell. Was he actually, preventing her from going into the home, and he, indicated in the negative that he wasn't, and she could go on in.
Mm-hmm. So did he tell her to get in the house, or that she could come
in the
house?
house, but she could go into the house. Yes.
And what was her response?
She suddenly, I guess, with an elevated voice, stated that she didn't want to go into the house as he would beat her after we left, I believe is what she said specifically.
Did she ever go into the home?
She did not.
Where did she go?
Ultimately, she chose to relocate to a neighbor's house right across the street.
Did you take her to that neighbor's house?
Well, I followed her there. She went on her own accord.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you followed her to the neighbor's house, what did you do?
Interviewed her further about, I guess, their relationship, a little bit about the history on that particular night.
What type of history?
The domestic violence history, and like I said, I was familiar with calls for service at the residence, just being one particular domestic incident where Rodney had been arrested. That's about it.
And how did you receive that information about the previous domestic violence incident?
The previous domestic violence incident, just overhearing officers talking about the residence, a specific officer who made the arrest.
Okay.
So that's, yeah.
Okay, so back to your conversation with Passion. So you spoke, what was the purpose of the conversation that you had with her at the neighbor's home?
Again, just trying to get a sense of their relationship, about Rodney, if you will, and the children.
Were you ever able to see the children?
I did not.
Okay. And did she ever agree to go back to the home?
No, she chose to, again, stay at the neighbor's home.
Okay. And did you ask her about if any children were in the home?
Did I ask her if any kids were in the home?
Yes.
I don't believe in that specifically. No, but the line of questioning would indicate, yeah, it indicated that she did, that there were kids in the home.
So when, let's go back to when she was outside on the lawn and when the defendant showed up and told her she could come inside. What was her demeanor like when he was telling her she could come inside?
I guess, again, elevated voice, and she became very emotional right then and there, saying, again, she just stated simply and plainly that he's only going to hit me once you all leave.
And was that your understanding of why she would not go inside the home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you wearing body-worn camera that day?
I was.
And was it in proper working order?
It was.
And at the end of your shift, what did you do with your body-worn cam?
I docked it, and the videos were uploaded.
Okay. And did you have a chance to review your body-worn camera from October 26, 2022?
I did.
In preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that an accurate depiction of what you remember from that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Any deletions, additions, or changes?
No, ma'am. Not that I'm aware of.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 30, Officer Gaither's body-worn camera from October 26, 2022.
Any objections?
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Okay. We are going to start at 8 minutes and 8 seconds.
How you doing, ma'am? Didn't I see you out on Baker's Ferry?
Oh. Your Honor, we will go from the 8-minute, 13-second mark to the completion of the video with sound, with the consent of defense.
All right, thank you.
And I asked you if you were all right, and you said yes. Okay, who's this right here? Your friend? Yeah. Okay, what's going on here, man?
So, when he left with the door locked and my kids are in the house, and when you see me, I was walking to meet him.
You were walking to meet him?
Yeah, so because he was picking me up, so I could go find a hotel. He was not a friend.
Your friend?
Yes.
Okay. So where is he?
I don't know where he's from.
Did you call him? Is this him? Okay. Okay. Who's this guy?
That's my kid's father.
So this guy is your kid's father?
No, yeah, the one who drove down the street.
Who's this?
He's my work employee.
Okay. So why were you said initially he was en route to pick you up?
No, him.
He was en route to pick you up to take you to a hotel?
Yeah.
Right.
But then I came back because I can't find a hotel. So I came back to try to get in.
Okay, so why is it that you needed to seek a hotel?
Because he wasn't trying to let me in.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
that's what that was, just so I can get somewhere to sleep.
I got you. Okay. All right. Stand by. Oh, Lord have mercy. Good morning, sir. You dropped something there. All right. What's your name, boss?
My name is
Rodney.
Rodney.
Okay. Talk to me for just a second, all right? I'm Officer Gaither.
How can I help you?
Yes, sir.
Did I do anything wrong? Can I go in my house?
I got you. Listen to me.
No. Can I do anything wrong?
I wanted to talk to you.
Okay, I don't want to talk to you. I want to go in my house.
Okay. So is this your significant other here?
Yes.
All right. Is it what's going on with y'all? Did y'all have some sort of dispute earlier?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just want to go in my house.
I got you. Do you all share kids together?
Yes, we do.
All right. Are those kids okay?
Yes, those kids are okay.
All right. So she's saying that I guess you left out earlier. You didn't want her here. Mm-hmm. Is that the case? Mm-hmm. You don't want her here?
No, I want to go in my house.
Okay. So your significant other, the mother of your children, right?
Okay.
So is it a situation where you want to let her in to tend to her kids or what?
Mm-hmm. I can let her attend to her kids.
That's okay?
That's fine.
All right. What's your first name again?
My name is Rodney McQuaid.
Okay.
My house.
I got you, Rodney. I know it's your house, brother. Listen.
No, am I
Okay, so Rodney, are you going to let her in? Gotcha. Okay. Ma'am, what's going on? So what is it that you want?
No, because you're going to hit me. I'm not going in there if you're going to hit me.
Well,
I called him because you...
Okay, listen. Listen. What do you want to do, ma'am?
He's going to hit me once I leave. Like I don't want nobody to get in trouble. I don't want none of that. But he's going to try to fight me when y'all leave.
He's going to try and fight.
Yes.
Can you
Hang
find
on.
out if we're down at the city jail trying to run the inbox?
Come on. You good. Come on. Okay. So you left out earlier because of what? You went to work.
Yes.
You went to work earlier.
Yes. I
And
went to work early and I was just getting off.
so when I saw you up there again, you were getting off.
Yeah, and I had came here so I could get in.
You came here to get in.
I don't know because I just told him that he gonna hit me. Like you just seen how he was acting. Like he gonna hit me once everybody leaves.
Okay. So, ma'am. Right. So right now, no crime has been committed based on what you told me all that happened, how you ended up outside and so forth. And we're here. You're saying that he left the kids. He is allowing you back in there. You don't have to go back in there if you don't want. You understand?
I want to,
Uh-huh.
but I'm scared.
Gotcha. Okay. But you left out. You went to work.
Yes.
You came home when I saw you up there. He was supposed to have picked you up from up there.
No, my
Your
coworker
coworker.
always bring me
So,
home.
so your coworker brings you home, and when he brought you home, and I saw you up there, what again? Explain to me what was going on there.
I was going because he wasn't opening the
He
door.
wasn't opening the door
And I called him.
to come pick you back
Yeah,
up.
so
He picked you back up,
And I was going to look for somewhere to stay.
going to look for somewhere to stay.
And then I came back because I couldn't find nowhere to stay. And
Right.
then he wasn't letting me in the door.
He wasn't letting you in the door.
No, I was banging on it, all that. He wasn't letting me in.
Wasn't
the
letting
door.
you in.
Like, I don't want him in trouble or nothing, but I know what he's going to do.
Okay, so you say you don't want him in trouble. He's here. He's saying you can come on in, but you don't want to go in.
Because after, like,
I got you.
once you guys
I
leave,
understand.
then I'm going to be calling you guys right back.
Understood.
And I don't want to do that. Like, I
So-
love him, and he's not realizing that.
Yes.
But he just wants, like, he just want to argue and fight
Okay.
with me, and I don't want to fight
I got
with
you.
him.
But none of that occurred tonight. I am familiar with the history here, right? I think I've been out here before on a couple calls, and I know he was arrested once before, so I know what you're stating here, okay? So, I can't, there's nothing that I can do in lieu of or to prevent him. It's either you go in or you choose not to. I mean, I can't force you to go in. You understand? What, in your search for some place to stay, you couldn't find anywhere? Did you go up, where did you go and look?
I went like around Fulton Industrial, and then I went up here to the Crown Motel.
And what did the Crown say?
They said they ain't have nowhere. But
And what about Fulton Industrial?
Quality Inn, they was trying to charge me $100 deposit, and I didn't have all the money. So, and then it was the Eco Lounge or whatever, and I got Eco Lodge.
Okay.
Yes. So I was gonna go there, but they, like my coworker, he was like, "That's too far for me to walk to work." So he was just like, "Go back to the house and see if you get in."
Right. Okay. Well, I understand where you're coming from, ma'am, but I can't, if that's what you feel, I can't say anything against that. You understand? So, you got any suggestions for me?
No, it's another Crown
She-
looked up.
Right, but I'm just saying in the sense of what she wants to do here. She, the ultimate goal was to go in the house. He wasn't letting her in initially. He's saying she can come in now, but she doesn't want to go because she knows him better than us.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you said, you've been out here before knowing how he acts.
Yeah.
So like I said, I understand your fear for not wanting to go in. It makes sense. It's a little chilly tonight. You got to have some place warm to lay your head.
So you tell me, ma'am. We can try to get you. I can try and get you back to the Econo Lodge if you wish, if that's what you want. Or what do you tell me?
I mean, my neighbor, he came out and he told me that I could stay over there. So I guess I'm gonna just.
That might be your best choice right now. So
You want to stay at your neighbor?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to make contact with him to make sure that's still an option for you? All right. Who's that? I mean, what can I do here? Mom and Dad are here. And remember when I told you I saw her earlier out on Boulder? I'm sorry, on Baker's Ferry, and I asked if she was all right. She said yes. So she went to work. Co-worker was driving her home. I'm not sure. I think at a Wendy's.
I was trying to look at the hat.
Yeah.
Was she at Wendy's on Full Industrial?
I'm not sure. But nevertheless, she's saying she wanted to come back. He wasn't trying to let her in. So she left. When I saw her up there, the co-worker was coming to pick her up to take her to find a hotel to stay.
Right.
So they couldn't find a hotel. He picks her up and with this, and go come back to the house and see if he'll let you in.
He'll let her in, but she don't.
Right. And now she don't want to go in. But I'm talking about as far as any crimes that have been committed.
Nothing's been there. There's been no crime.
She did.
Oh, she did.
Yeah, he just got back. He drives up as soon as I got here.
Was
he
him
comes right. That was him. Yeah.
Okay, so they live on the left side.
Yeah. Hey.
Because I mean, I was paying attention to the guy came out and then trying to go in. I didn't know which side.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing as far as any breaking any laws.
Well, that's right. To this point, he hasn't. You're good?
Okay. What's your name, sir? Mr. Summers, I appreciate you. Can we step inside so I can talk to her a little bit further? I'll be right back. I'm just talking.
Okay. You have 70 now tonight?
7, I got it. Can you do me a favor? Write your first, last name, birthday. Write his first, last name, birthday, and then all of your kids, okay?
All of them that's in there now?
Yeah.
I have 6. But
Get in there. All right, go ahead, Lancelot. Go ahead, Lancelot.
you said they had first, right?
First, last name, birthday, yours and his, and then each of the kids. Yeah, brother. I'm not sure. I don't know, man. Yeah, I'll get yours in just a second, but I appreciate you. So, what's your last name?
Mitchell.
So, Ms. Mitchell, you understand, not too much I can do here because no domestic violence has taken place.
I don't want to be outside.
Huh?
I don't want to be outside like
Absolutely, I appreciate that.
I'm going to sit by the sofa.
But nevertheless, you understand. I understand because I know I got you. Hang on. I'm familiar with the history, so I know. I can see how volatile he can be. I know that. I'm familiar with. But like I say, right now, we're not to the point where any crime has been committed, and I can't. If that's the case, you're in such fear, then you don't need to be in this relationship. Right? You don't need to be in this relationship.
Go.
You do not need to be in this relationship.
You gotta go.
So,
You gotta leave.
I'll put you in contact with the courts. The courts can help you to get out if it's your choice. Is he the father of the 3 kids that are in there now? Okay.
Oh.
I don't mind them being with him. Because I know he's not going to hurt them. My other 3 left because I didn't know. So.
Where are your other 3?
In Maryland. I might go
Maryland?
back to Maryland.
Yeah.
I'm going to call my grandma in the morning and see if I can come back to Maryland or if she can figure out a way.
So you just said that you don't, because he's dad, he's not going to,
Yeah, he's not going to do nothing to them. I know he's not going to do nothing to them.
So but the relationship was different with your other 3?
No.
When they were there?
Yeah, he didn't treat them like his. But he ain't put his hands on nothing.
Okay.
I just don't think that.
Yeah. Well, like I say, if you're in this much fear, you do not need to be in that relationship.
I'm gonna go.
Okay. So I'm gonna give you some contact information relating to domestic violence, and they'll help you get out of this situation if that's what you need. Okay. So I'm glad your neighbor is opening up his door for you. Okay.
Look at my buddy was leaving. I was thinking,
yeah.
I'll go to 11 o'clock.
Yes.
It's my eating time now. I'm taking me go. I was saying, what is he doing? I see him. Oh, we ain't doing it. I miss everything he's saying.
Yeah.
You can't get
Which way did you work at? On Full Industrial and MLK? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You have a key? No. Let me take the key to you. He's not my friend anymore.
I got you.
He never really been my friend. Watch.
Yeah.
I want you to be doing to you. That's not good.
No.
You just got what the hell that nigga been doing. I see him do that.
Okay.
With your kids.
And what's your passion? So you're Passion Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay. And that's MCWEAY?
Yes.
All right, 615 or 92?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to give you the complaint number. Hang on. 1407, case number out here. What's your telephone number, Jackson?
678.
Uh-huh.
39.
Uh-huh.
64.
64. And what's his number?
02. 276. 1110.
1407, case number. 1407, zone 4, case number.
The last voice is 0215, 0215.
Receive, is it 299 Julian?
That is affirmative.
This is the case number for tonight, okay? So I'm going to include everything, all that you said to me about this matter, what transpired, and then the history here, and what you just offered about his thoughts with the kids being with him right now, okay? All right?
Okay.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
When I tell you, like I said, you've got this level of fear where you don't want to go, you need to put feet to pavement and get out.
I'm standing right there looking at you.
Okay?
Everything that you got.
Okay. So you need to be out of this relationship,
I
okay?
didn't know you kissed me.
All right?
I didn't know that.
All right. Good luck, okay?
Thank you.
All right, man.
Stopping video at 25 minutes and 20 seconds. Officer Gaither, did that conclude your duties for that evening, October 26, 2022?
You said that conclude my duties
Yes, on this case.
pertaining to that call? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you respond back to that same location in December of 2022?
I did.
Okay. So do you recall an incident on December 15th, 2022?
I do.
Okay. And what was your initial involvement based on?
So I was dispatched, well, I don't believe I was the initial dispatch, but I responded to, because it was my assigned area of patrol, an automobile accident, an overturned accident, out on Baker's Ferry. Yes, out on Baker's Ferry.
Okay. And when you responded to that accident, could you determine who the driver was that was involved in the accident?
It was Rodney McWay.
Okay. The same Rodney McWay from the October 26, 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember the type of car that was involved in the accident?
Chevrolet Tahoe or Suburban. I'm not all together.
Was it the same car that the defendant drove up to the home?
Yes.
In
Yes.
October? Okay. And what did you do at the scene of that accident?
Just basic interview. There were several officers and a few sheriff's deputies out there on scene. Mr. McWay had made a statement to the sheriff's deputies, I believe, and the initial responding officers that the children were at home on Renfrew. So I immediately obtained the door key, and then another officer took the door key. I think there were sheriff's deputies already there at that location, as well as an APD officer. They were already there. Nevertheless, observing the kids inside the house, but nevertheless, an officer took the key to the residence to them. And basically, the remainder of my time was spent interviewing, just talking to Rodney about the accident, what happened, how he ended up in the accident, what his actions were just prior to.
Was his car the only car involved in that accident?
Yes.
So it was a single car accident?
Single car accident.
Okay. And did you go to the home at Renfrew?
Eventually I did, yes, ma'am.
And what was the purpose of going to the home?
To obviously, like I said, there were officers there, sheriff's deputies, to basically check the well-being of the kids, as it already had been, that particular action had already occurred by the officers were there. I was advised while I was still on the accident scene by Officer Terry in particular that the kids were okay in the moment there. So I went back there to further investigate and again talk about with Rodney just the situation that he was in that night.
Were you wearing body-worn camera that day?
I was.
And was it in proper working order?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you turn that body cam in at the end of your shift on that day?
I did.
And have you had a chance to review that body-worn camera prior to your testimony today?
I did.
And is what you reviewed and has been marked as State's Exhibit 31 an accurate depiction of what you observed when you were on duty December 15th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Any alterations, deletions, or additions?
No, ma'am. And I answer that. I say that, and I say I don't know. Beyond me docking the video and it uploading into the system, I can't speak on what happens beyond that. But no.
But what you reviewed in preparation for your testimony today is accurate.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender Exhibit 31 into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Thank you. Your Honor, we're going to start this video at the 9:15 mark. Or 9:18. Or 9:18 mark.
Individuals, that looks like he's outside of the car. 1407 have not addressed the signal 24 at 3803 as of yet. Hey, boss.
1407, I copy.
What's going on, man? You all right? What happened? What happened? Okay, you the only one in the car?
Yes.
Okay. All right, where you stay at?
Renfrew Court.
Who? Where?
Renfrew.
Renfrew?
Renfrew Court, yes.
Okay.
Going home.
Going home? And you were going too fast?
I guess so.
Okay. You had anything to drink?
No, sir.
All right.
No, sir.
All right. Look like you need an ambulance.
I'm okay. I just
All right.
need...
You got a driver's license?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. What's your name?
My name is Rodney McWay.
Rodney McWay?
Yes, sir.
All right. You got your ID on you?
They have it.
They have it?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I'm fine.
And you say you haven't had anything to drink?
No, sir.
Okay.
1407, 26 area.
1407 is on for one signal 85. It's at 3838 on the 41. Okay. All right. Who you live with on Renfrew with?
I live by myself, me and my girl.
You and your girl? What's the address on Renfrew?
4165 Renfrew Court.
All right. Y'all got kids?
Yes.
All right. Have I ever been to your house before?
I don't think so.
And your name again, one more time?
Rodney McWay.
Rodney McWay. Okay. All right, man.
Were you at work?
Give a call for that alarm.
You going back home? Okay. All right. Walk back here for me. I'm gonna get your ID and we're gonna make sure you get situated. Okay? No problem. All right.
1408. Well, primary.
Appreciate you, man. Come on now.
I copy.
Yeah, I got another unit en route. Like I say, we got 2 calls going on right here. So, come on this way.
1411, go ahead.
Well, ultimately, your car is going to be impounded. We can't leave it right there, so it's just going to go to our record yard, right? And then I'm going to give you an accident report number. That's it. Okay, because it's single vehicle right now. You're the only one in the car, right? All right, come on. Yeah. Well, I'll take care of that for you. I just want to get you stable right now, okay?
I would prefer if it's towed to my house.
Okay. Do me a favor.
1409, go ahead.
Just make your way slowly, okay? Just slowly, all right? Go ahead, this way. Come back here. Right here, right here, right here. Right here, right here. You want it towed to your house? I just want you to sit down, okay, so we can kind of control this right now. We're going to get everything okay. You're not under arrest or anything, all right? Just so we can get you situated. Go ahead, have a seat.
1408. You can show me around to that.
Did anybody go to 3803?
I'm about to go now. I just pulled up.
Okay, yeah, single vehicle. He's up there. He's saying he was going too fast, slipped and slide, and ended up right there. So that's basically all I got right now. And then have not addressed 3803. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go over there.
Okay. If you want to,
I'm out with 7 right there.
if you want to set up over there for me, I appreciate you.
I'm gonna go to that 24 call.
Okay. What's up?
I said it later.
I got you.
Pausing video at 13 minutes and 25 seconds, Your Honor, and we're going to fast forward to the 50-minute, 25-second mark. And while we are queuing that up, Officer Gaither, so once the car accident scene is clear, do you then go to Renfrew?
I do.
Do you take the defendant home?
Yes.
Okay. And once you get home, do you enter the home?
Yes.
And why do you enter the home?
Again, to check on the kids and talk to, the other officers there that were there.
Now, did the defendant give you permission to enter the home?
I believe just prior to, when I got out of the vehicle, I think I advised him that I needed to go into the house.
Okay. And he didn't have any problems with that?
He didn't have any objections to, nothing.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Restarting video at 50 minutes and 25 seconds.
Okay. I'm going to give you enough room in there to dump the ashes, okay? All right. Stand by for me, okay? Mr. McWay? Yeah. All right, give me a second, okay? All right. Hey, Buck. All right. Okay. What you think, man? You've looked at, been here. What you think?
I got this one that's wide awake,
Yeah.
running back and forth. I got one asleep in there, and I got one that's half asleep in the back room that's watching TV.
Okay.
He's the most concerning because he wants to fall up the stairs, and that's got that blocked off there.
I'm gonna come down for you. I don't want to. All right. Did you walk the house?
Yeah, I walked the house.
No pets in here, right?
Not that I found.
All right.
That's asleep also.
Right behind you. So, yeah. Right here? Here's some what? Right here?
That's the second.
I got you. Okay.
Third one's back here. Bedroom. This is all over the place. I think there's some snacks over there in that left corner.
Okay.
This one back to the left.
Well stocked on food.
Yeah, it's 10 TVs in here.
Huh?
10 TVs.
10?
10.
Wow. Oh. You got your light? Let me see your light.
Are you 23 in here?
I'm still
Okay.
trying to make that determination.
Definitely A is downstairs, B is upstairs.
Okay. Hello. Hi. Hi. Hello. You okay? Hello. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Huh? What's your name? Okay. All right. All right. Ain't that.
I'm pulling that bowl off of there. That cheese should be in the refrigerator, but when I read it here, maybe that's why he had in that room instead of in here, because you're gonna find everything. This is passed out. He opened his eyes, looked at me, and was like,
So, there. What's your opinion here, man? You think?
the kids seem to be in good health.
Yeah. Did you see on her face? Go look at that for me. Look like might have been picking or something. Just go look at her face.
Just picking.
Yeah, maybe. Hello. Hello. But not sign of physical.
No, she probably had allergies or something. Was picking at his nose.
Yeah. So his license, he has a license. He is suspended because he has a license denial for Georgia because he has some fines to pay in Maryland. So he can't get a license in Georgia.
I got you.
So his privilege is denied, suspended here in 2020. Ooh, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Not that clean, but luckily you get spent up.
Yeah. I don't know. What would you do, Terry? Would you 23?
I can't tell you what I would want to do because we're on camera. But as far as welfare of the kids,
Yeah.
the thing I see wrong is they were here by
They were
themselves.
abandoned.
You know,
That's what I told.
You know, officially, I don't think there's actually a law that says how old they have to be
How old they have to be.
home alone.
Yeah.
Now we all know that this is a little reckless to say the least.
Oh yeah.
But,
Well, I told Sarge about it, and he seemed to say, I obviously going to notify Defax regardless.
Yeah.
The mom is in Maryland.
okay, so she's out of town.
Yeah, and she states that with the contact that I had, like I said, there's a domestic violence.
I know.
History.
We've been here more than once.
And-
You were saying the address, I didn't realize it.
Yeah.
When I drove up here, I'm like,
Yeah.
yes, I remember this place quite well.
Oh man. But she even expressed. She said that he wouldn't do anything to put these kids.
But he left. Where did he
Yeah.
go? Where was he going?
He said he just went to the store to gas the car up. Why at this hour? I don't know.
Probably because they were all asleep and it was easy to go without them. Because they were asleep. Of course, this one and that one, we'll go watch the TV.
Yeah.
But what time is it? It's
Yeah.
1:15.
Yeah.
So I mean, not that they're in bad shape right now, but
Go ahead.
a little structure. They need to be in bed.
Oh,
That's just me.
Well,
I can't.
I get that, but I'm just saying, because like I say, as far as he did abandon. You say there's no age, but
No, yeah, I know, but come on. I'm worried about him tumbling down because I've had to pull him down. Where you going? Come back.
I told you those stairs are dangerous. Go up there.
Oh, man. So he sat in my lap about 15, 20 minutes, just chance could be. So, as far
Pausing the video at 1 hour, 37 minutes, and, oh, I'm sorry, 58. So, Officer Gaither, I want to call your attention to some of the things that you observed in this video. Who is that you're talking to in this video?
that's an Officer Terry.
Okay. And Officer Terry noted the number of TVs in the home as 10 TVs. Do you know why he noted that?
Just because it's an unusual, I guess, event to see 10 TVs in a home.
Okay. And you also are examining the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
And you opened the refrigerator door. Why?
Just looking to make sure that there was, food, sustenance for the kids.
And you also opened the freezer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was there food in both?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went to the bedroom where the little girl was, and you asked her name, was she able to provide her name?
She didn't respond, really. No.
Okay. Now, you also asked Officer Terry to go and look at her face. Why did you ask him to do that?
I believe I come across a lot of kids with, I guess, different markings on their faces as I've seen over the years, but nevertheless, she had the appearance of some sort of, I guess, like flaking of the skin, I guess, if you will, or it just appeared, it was that obvious to me, so I asked Officer Terry to look at it and see what he thought about it.
Okay. And after you observed that there was food in the home, what did you guys do after examining the home?
I don't believe there was that much more discussion about. I think I issued Rodney a citation, and that was that.
Was the citation in connection to the car accident?
Yes.
Okay, but no citation.
Specifically relating to the driver's license issue, I believe.
Okay. Now, the food that you noted in the home, because there was food in the home, was it food that, if you recall, and you may not, but if you do recall, was it food that had to be cooked, or was it food that could be easily eaten by kids?
I don't know if I paid that close attention to. I know Officer Terry in the video noted maybe some noodles or something of that nature were out on the counter. But like I say, when I opened the freezer and refrigerator, there was foods of varying types that I, inspect to see specifically. Okay. I did not, but I did notice a refrigerator that had food in it.
Okay. So basically, as of December 15th, 2020, there was food in the home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also responded to this home December 11th, 2023, correct?
I'm not familiar with that. What?
Did you respond when Treasure was found deceased at the home?
Okay, yes, ma'am, I did respond on that day. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this was approximately a year later?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And was that December 11th, 2023?
Yes.
And what was the call that you responded to December 11th, 2023?
In our signals and codes is signal 47, which is person injured, person down, possibly deceased, is what came over the airways, the radio.
Okay. And when you responded to the home, what did you do?
I approached the front door. When I got there, there were already a lot of emergency personnel, obvious firemen, medics, and the like. So I walked in the door. Rodney greeted me at the front door. He made a brief comment to me about the household and the fact that he had been given some time to work on or take care of or fix up, if you will. He said that to me briefly, and then
Did you ask him any questions?
I didn't ask him anything. He volunteered that.
Okay. And he said, I'm sorry, can you clarify what
so
he said?
If I remember correctly, he just referenced that he had been given time to remedy the situation about the house.
Do you know specifically what he was referring to when he said about the house?
It was, like I said, it was very brief as I was walking by him, and then I just continued down the hallway into the room where Treasure was.
Did he make any statements to you about Treasure?
I can't recall specifically. If he did, he might have, but I can't recall that.
But all you recall is the statement he made about the conditions of the home.
Yes, I remember him saying that specifically as I was entering the home, and he appeared right there in the front doorway.
And why does that statement stick out in your mind?
Well, I mean, it's obviously, he was, he was telling me about an event, I guess, that he had with a social agency, I guess, relating to the household.
No, I know, but my question is, why did you remember that statement?
Yeah.
Did it stick out in your mind for any particular reason, or is that just what you remember?
It's just what I remember.
Okay. Do you recall his demeanor when he made that statement to you?
Calm, if you will. He wasn't he didn't appear agitated. Didn't appear agitated, if you will.
Did he appear upset?
If you say if that's the word you want to use, upset.
No, I don't want to use any words. I'm asking you.
I'm not saying maybe not upset, but.
Well, let me rephrase the question. You said he appeared calm.
Calm, but showing maybe with a hint of concern in his voice, if you will, but not necessarily agitated or angry or anything of that nature. And I say that to say because of the contact with family members later and what I learned on that day about how he was.
Okay, well, don't talk about that.
I'm sorry.
Was he crying?
I don't remember him as crying. No,
okay.
No.
And Treasure's body was still in the home, or had she been removed?
I think she was still in the. Because when I walked down the hallway, there were medics and firemen still tending to her in the bedroom.
What about the boys, Taiwan and Rodney Jr.? Did you see them?
I did.
And where were they when you saw them?
In the front area of the home. I guess that would be the living room area.
And what were they doing?
Just milling about, just you know, nothing specific. Just.
Okay. Did you take the boys to the neighbor?
I did. I took the boys to the neighbor. It's 4165. The McWay's residence is one. I took them to Unit 2, which is upstairs, an upstairs unit.
And did they say anything? Did the boys say anything to you about Treasure?
I can't recall them saying anything.
All right.
The one. Well,
once you took them to the neighbors, what did they do?
They drank a lot of juice box, and I believe it might have been some chips that neighbor had to offer. I mean, a lot, voracious, like they were, you know.
Did they go straight to the food and juice, or do you recall?
It caught their eye, you know, and then, they start, you know, grabbing for it. And the lady, I forget her name, I believe she had a disability as well as her child. Mm-hmm. So I asked her if it was okay, and she, yes, you know.
And were you wearing body-worn camera on this day, December 11th, 2023?
Yes.
Was it in proper working order?
Yes.
And did you turn it in at the conclusion of your shift?
I did.
Did you have a chance to review that body-worn camera in preparation for trial today?
That particular, the December 11th, 2023?
Yes.
I don't believe I had the opportunity to review that one.
Okay. But from what you know about that day, it was properly working?
Yes.
That day, okay. Your Honor, the state has no further questions, subject to redirect.
All right, thank you.
Officer Gaither, I do not have any additional questions for you. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, officer, that means you are officially excused. You get to leave the building, or you may remain in the courtroom, your choice.
All right, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome. Does the state have another witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Alexander Hill.
Do you swear out front of the testimony you shall give yourself the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You can take a seat. For the record, state your full name and spell it.
Alexander Hill, ALEXANDER, last name Hill, HILL.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hill. How are you today?
I'm well.
Thank you for being here. Please introduce yourself to the court by telling us just a little background information about you. Where do you currently live?
I currently live in DeKalb County.
Okay. And are you from Georgia?
Born and raised in Decatur.
Okay. And what do you do for work?
Right now, I work at Emory Healthcare in DeKalb, older cat medical, and food and nutrition.
And what are your duties there?
Essentially, if you get admitted to the hospital, I will be in charge of your diet while you're there.
Okay. And how long have you been there?
Approximately 2 years.
And have you ever worked at Wendy's?
Yes, I was a manager there.
Okay. Which location?
The one at the corner of Fort Industrial and MLK. 3990 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. And what time frame did you work at that Wendy's location?
From 2019 to 2023.
And what were your duties as a manager at that Wendy's?
In charge of payroll, staffing, managing shifts, whether it be morning and night shifts, ordering trucks, typical things you think a fast food restaurant manager would do.
And while you were a manager there, was there an employee there who worked there by the name of Passion Mitchell?
Yes.
Did you know her?
Yes.
Did you hire her?
Yes.
Okay. And were you her manager the entire time she was employed there?
Yes.
Do you recall when she started working at that Wendy's?
That would have been February 28th.
What year?
2001.
2001?
2021.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. Until when?
That'll be like 23. Late 23 is when she left. Fall months.
Fall months of 23?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about while she was working there.
Passion was typically a good...
Wait, hold on.
I thought that was open-ended.
What were her, what was she assigned to do?
Passion predominantly worked on night shift, which is what I also predominantly worked on. She was mainly a cashier.
And night shift covered what times?
Anywhere starting about 4 o'clock all the way to 2 o'clock in the morning. You can come in later or get off sooner, but that would typically be the time frame when you work.
Okay. And you said you also work night shifts.
Mm-hmm.
So is it safe to say that when she was there working, you were also there working?
At least 90% of the time.
Okay. Now, how did she typically get to work? Did she drive herself, or how did she get to work?
Her fiance would drop her off, or the male introduced to me as her fiance would drop her off, typically speaking.
Okay. Do you know that person's name?
I know him by Rodney.
Did you ever meet Rodney?
Just in passing, typically speaking, when he dropped her off, he would stay in the truck, and they would have the kids in the truck with him, but he never hung out with them, if you will.
Okay. Now, he would drop her off. Would he also pick her up?
In the beginning, yes. Towards later on, after she was working a good amount of time, it was typically us taking her home, us being crew members and other managers that worked and closed out.
Okay. Now, you say in the beginning, do you have a time frame to reference that?
I would say from when she first started working, about the first 6 months after she had started working there. He was pretty good about picking her up.
Okay. And then at some point that stopped?
That stopped.
Did you ever see her walking either to work or walking home after work?
No, because we would take her, or we would call, like if she was late and we'll wonder, why are you late? Oh, she would say, he has a car, he hasn't came back to pick me up, to take me to work. Okay, well, we'll go get you if we have to.
Okay. So you had been to her home at Renfrew Court?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the distance between Wendy's and her home?
I would say that was easily a 40-minute walk.
Okay.
So maybe about 3 to 5 miles.
Now, around the time that you said he stopped either picking her up or dropping her off, did you ever ask her why she didn't drive?
It was odd to me that that was her car and she didn't drive her car to work. But from my understanding, he had the car also because he had kids, and that was the justification.
Okay. And was she ever late for work, or was she typically on time?
Once again, within the first 6 months, she was typically on time. After that, tardiness started being more current.
Did you notice anything else about her other than being tardy for work? Did you ever notice any injuries on her?
Yes, I have seen them in my the totality. After the tardiness, I had started to see injuries and, start to inquire about them.
Okay. What type of injuries did you see?
Whether it had been limping on a bad leg, she would just tell me she had tripped and fell, or, scrapes. She might say it was her kids, but then when she came into work one time with a black eye, all right, no, we're about to have a talk.
Okay. So you initiated that talk based on seeing the black eye?
Mm-hmm.
And so tell us about that talk. What did you say to her and what was her response?
What's going on? She basically broke down that, they had gotten into it and he had hit her and so on and so forth. And I said, well, Passion, do you think that's good for your kids? And, are you okay as well? She said, yeah, I'm fine. She seemed like she was okay, but you could tell it also was bothering her, if you will.
Okay. And how often after seeing the black eye did you see any other injuries on her?
Yeah, because that was one of the ones we probably can count that black eye happening 2 or 3 times. The limping of the leg again and again, or it was my ankle, or it's my shoulder, or, it's arm injuries as well. And kind of saw continuously over that span I knew her.
Okay. So the limping, I know you said that at one point she said she had tripped. Did she ever explain how she got any of the limping injuries?
She told me he would stomp her.
Stomping her? Okay. And what other information did she give about that?
That
Ask and answer.
Okay. Your Honor, it's not asked and answered. It's a question that further develops his previous answer.
Overruled. I'll allow him to answer the question.
Thank you. So, what did she mean by stomping?
Like when they would get into their physical altercations, and there was a moment she's on the floor, or even maybe protecting the kids from him hitting on the kids. If he had got her on the floor, that he would stomp her as well. And I remember she also had a rib injury one time that made it difficult for her to work.
How did she tell you she got that rib injury?
Protecting the kids.
Did she ever seek medical attention?
Not to my recollection.
Do you know, did you ever encourage her to get medical attention?
I figured Passion was a responsible enough adult to be able to go for it, so I didn't feel the need to say that to her.
Okay. And do you know if approximately how much money was Passion making? Was she a full-time employee?
Yes. Full-time during that time would have been about anywhere between $9,000 and $1,000 every 2 weeks.
Okay. And did her injuries ever prevent her from fulfilling her duties at work?
Yes.
How so?
Well, one, like I said, with the ribs, that makes it very difficult to lift anything. So we'll have to find her something light to do, or what we will modify. It's not an actual thing, but we will modify it to make it light duty for her. The leg injuries, all right, you're not supposed to sit down. Here, chair, you can't stand on the leg. It's not going to get a chance to heal. So it was several times where I would put her in back cash. Wendy's has two drive-through windows, front, back cash is the one you pay at, and we'll let her sit down because she couldn't stand on that leg several times.
So you had to adjust her work duties to compensate for the injuries that she was coming to work with?
Yes, ma'am. Even if it was giving extra break time for her.
Did you ever have to assist her with finding another place to stay, a hotel or staying with a coworker?
Yes, she has spent the night with one of our other coworkers before, and I remember we had to put her in a hotel a night because he would not let her in.
Did she explain to you what that meant, that he would not let her in? Did she explain to you what that meant?
And it would also be with consequences of physical violence.
Did you or her coworkers ever have to help her financially other than helping her get a hotel or a place to stay?
Oh, yes, Passion, she would let us know I need $20 for whether it was gas money for the truck, or like I said, other coworkers have pitched in to buy clothes for the kids because the clothes they were outgrowing. So we helped her get clothes that fit the kids better at the time. Typically speaking, I cook for them and let her take food home as well.
Did you ever see her sleeping outside the home?
No, I never physically put eyes on her sleeping outside the home, but I do remember more than one instances where we would drop her off after work, and she'd be knocking on the door trying to get in. Okay, Passion, these are two males in the car, so typically speaking, I don't know about everybody, but we wait for you to enter in the home. After about 20 minutes, no one's answering the door. Y'all can go, he gonna get up. You sure, Passion? Because MLK is not the best place in the world to just be outside, So, but after about 20, 25 minutes, we'll go ahead and go. She said she's fine. Come back to work the next day. Passion, did you ever get in? No, I had to sleep outside in the truck.
Now, how many children did Passion have?
She has the three oldest, and then she has three by him, or had.
So, did you ever see any of her children?
Yes.
Which ones did you see?
I've seen them all.
All?
Mm-hmm.
And do you know if at some point the three older children left Georgia?
As to my knowledge, she took the three oldest back to Baltimore with her.
Okay.
Is when I knew them to leave Georgia.
Do you know when did she go back to Baltimore? Do you know?
I would assume it was right after she had left Wendy's, which would have been the fall months of 23.
Now, are you sure that 23 is the year that she left?
I would say I'm almost positive.
But you know it was fall months.
I do know it was fall months.
Did she, how did you know that she was leaving? Did she resign? Did she tell you, I'm not coming back to work? How did you know she was leaving or moving away?
A ghost in the wind. Just disappeared at one point. She had been talking up until that point about wanting to, but from my understanding, after I was able to contact her again later on, after she had made the move, One beating was just one too good, and she said, I gotta go. And as far as I know, she packed her 3 kids up and went up to Baltimore.
When she was working at Wendy's, did a Defax representative ever come to Wendy's looking for her?
Yes.
And do you recall if you were working that day when the Defax worker came?
So the Defax worker came twice. The first time she came, she asked for a Passion Mitchell. Okay, I'm the manager on duty. Okay, I'm looking for my employees for her. Then she introduced herself as a Defax worker, blah, 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 blah. And then I said, we had a conversation about when the next time Passion was going to work. So I kind of feel like it was within my right, maybe. So I told her, all right, I'm going to have her back here at 4 o'clock tomorrow. Is that okay for you? She said, yeah. She comes back the next, well, it was actually like 2 days when she came back. But she came back and Passion immediately was angry, was mad that the Defax lady was trying to talk to her and saying, you trying to take my kids away, and just like angry, and start crying to where I couldn't even have her work for a second. Go sit down, get yourself together, and come on back.
So you were the person that connected Passion to Defax?
Mm-hmm. I let them know when she was going to work again.
Okay. And why did you do that?
Because I had my own concerns based on things I saw and Passion had told me about, you know, the children, all of them. Mm-hmm. But,
so you said that Passion was upset. Did she refuse to talk to the Defax worker, or do you know if she eventually spoke with her?
Refused.
Okay. And did you try to have a conversation with Passion to encourage her to talk to the Defax worker?
I did try. It went probably just as bad as when the Defax worker tried to talk to her.
Okay. Did she tell you why she didn't want to talk to Defax?
Like she said, they trying to take away my kids. And I said, Passion is not about that, but okay.
Did you ever call the police when you saw her with any of the injuries, or when she reported any of the abuse to you?
No, and the reason being is because when we tried to have talks, and when I say we, I'm talking about us that work with her, other crew members, her co-workers, I'm the manager. When we tried to have conversations with her about getting beat on, some of the things that was happening to the kids, you know, Passion was like, I can't do it because if he's not here, I have no one to watch the kids, which means I have no way to go to work, which means now I lose out on money. It was just a chain of events that happened with that. He's not here, no work, no money. He's not here, no work, no money, so I don't call the police on him.
Do you know if she had family in Georgia?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you ever see Passion and the defendant arguing or fighting?
No, okay. I did not. But I can often tell when we was at work, because her mood was changed. She's typically a joyous person, but Passion was wrong. She'll tell me that they're arguing on the phone, whether it be through text or vocal.
One moment.
I don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for coming in today. You are officially excused, which means you get to leave the building or you can remain in the courtroom, your choice.
Okay, thank you.
So we're going to take a 10-minute break turn.
I've asked the cameraman, and he's able to accommodate us to not show her face on the live stream or on a TV because she does work at the Fulton County Jail. So cameraman is accommodated. I just want to put that on record. And then also, I do expect these next two witnesses to take us through the end of the day.
Can you stop mumbling, please?
I will try.
Talking to somebody.
All right, you can bring the jurors in.
You're supposed to be from like the primary care physicians from before. Yeah. Yeah. I mean.
All right, for the jury. Just press the count for.
All right, thank you. Everyone may be seated. And the state may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Maxine Rockhead to the stand.
Turn and face me. Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You can take your seat. For the record, state your full name and spell it.
Maxine Rockhead, Maxine Rockhead.
Good afternoon, Miss Rockhead. It's okay if I call you Miss Rockhead, or do you go by another title?
That's great.
All right. Where do you work?
Currently, Fulton County Jail.
Okay. And where did you work prior?
Healing Community Center.
All right, I need you to talk a little bit louder.
Healing Community.
Thank you. And in what capacity did you work at Healing Community?
As a family nurse practitioner.
All right. So, and what does a nurse practitioner do?
It's similar to, we have all the responsibilities of the MD. You see the patient, assess them, diagnose, and treat.
All right.
Make referrals.
All right. And what kind of training did you have to go through to become a nurse practitioner?
Well, first you have to be an RN. For a nurse practitioner, you have to hold a master's degree. I hold a master's and a doctorate degree, but not medical doctor, just doctorate.
Okay. And what is your master's degree in?
It's nursing, but at that time, it's family nurse practitioner. At the completion of that course, it's family nurse practitioner.
And if you don't mind me asking, what's your doctorate's in?
My doctorate is nurse practitioner too, family nurse practitioner, registered nurse.
And prior to being a family nurse practitioner, you were an RN?
Yes.
And what did you have to do to obtain RN?
Well, went to college, we had trainings, we had clinicals in several different areas. Pediatrics, but not as in-depth as when you become a nurse practitioner, but basic RN is medical, surgical, some pediatrics, psychiatric, hands-on bedside stuff.
And did you have to obtain a degree to become an RN?
Yes, bachelor's. You can be a RN associate or bachelor's. I had both.
All right. And prior to obtaining your RN degree, what did you do?
I was a LPN, licensed practical nurse.
And talk to me about what you had to do to become an LPN.
So it's same thing, college, and you were taught the basics, vital signs, bedside nursing, assessment in all stages of nursing, assessment skill where you were taught to interview the patient and know what are the signs and symptoms or what that could be, and then report it to, well, as the LPN, you'd report it to the doctor or your RN supervisor.
All right. And did you have to obtain any degrees or certifications to become an LPN?
The LPN was a certificate.
Okay.
Was a certification.
All right. And then before you obtained your LPN, what did you do before that?
I was a CNA, certified nursing assistant. So everything was nursing.
Okay. And did you have to obtain any degrees or certifications for that?
Certified nurse assistant, that the same thing, but it's basic vital signs, patient care.
Okay. So how long have you been in the nursing field?
I want to say since 1994.
Okay, so we're looking at 30 years, give or take?
About that.
All right. And moving back to your capacity now, or at least at your previous employment, what certifications do you now hold?
Family nurse practitioner.
Okay.
That's a certification.
Okay.
And it's to hold the family nurse practitioner is the master's study. Mm-hmm. The doctorate is just a higher level.
Okay. And in order to maintain that, the family nurse practitioner certification, do you have to do any annual or biannual tasks?
For the nursing, it's every 2 years you have to either be actively working or you're expected to do certain classes and skill refresher. For the family nurse practitioner, you have to get recertified every 5 years. So that at that time you have to have refresher courses in pharmacology and other like disease process.
Are you currently current on all your certifications?
Yes.
And are you certified in any other state other than Georgia?
No.
Do you have any specialties?
No, there's no specialty. It's just in the family nurse practitioner. And you have regular nurse practitioner that might be just for adults, but my certification is all lifespan family, so it can be children, adults, geriatric.
All right. How long did you work at the Healing Community Center?
I was there February 13th, 2023 to the end of November 2023. So that might be about 9 months.
And while you were there, did you have the opportunity to encounter a child named Rodney McQuay Jr.?
I did.
All right. And let me ask you this. So when you see a patient, is there any record of seeing that patient?
Repeat?
Is there any record of seeing a patient?
Yes, because everything is on computer. So from sign in to all the notes that we do, everything is there.
All right.
Electronically stamped.
And is that record, do you know if that record is kept in regular course of business?
Yes.
And have you been able to review a record for a Rodney McQuay Jr.?
I did. They had sent it to me for this particular reason.
am now showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 33. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 33?
I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 33?
Say that again.
What is State's Exhibit 33?
This is record for Rodney McQueenie.
All right. And have you had a chance to review that record?
I did.
Has that been altered in any way?
No.
All right. The state now tenders State's Exhibit 33 into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, publishing to the jury.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Rocket, can you see that on in front of you there?
Too close. Yes.
All right. All right. First of all, can you tell from this this page how old was Rodney McWay when you saw him?
It says here he's 3.
All right. All right. I need you to speak into the microphone.
3 years old.
All right. And then can you tell on here the date you saw him?
July 14th, 2023, and May 16th, 2023.
And so here we have his medical history. Talk to me about how you get the information to put in his medical history.
So the parent supply the information. We'll ask the parent because we have to know why the child is visiting, and the medical history of the child, what he does, so we can obtain information about his milestone. So all the information comes from the parent or the caregiver. As for assessment, when we're with the family and about to find out like diagnosis or what we need to do for that child, but all the information initially comes from the parent or caregiver.
All right. And there's some words on here that I just need you to explain to the jury. First of all, this, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right.
Chalazion.
Say that one more time.
Chalazion.
What is that?
So that's basically a boiler sty.
Okay. And then right here, otitis media.
That's the ear infection, inner ear infection.
All right. And is this stuff that you observed or just stuff that you were told by the parent was going on?
So if the parent bring the child, say for example, somebody bring it in, if the child touches the ear often, that cues us. Secondly, if the child has a cold, but the exam is what tips us off because he didn't know. So when you look in the ears, you'll see certain presentation that will lead you to believe that's what that is.
Okay. Moving on, the speech delay. Mm-hmm. Is that something you observed?
Yes.
Developmental delay, explain that to us.
So it's the speech and everything is the child, each one of us meet a certain milestone at a certain age. And at 3, he wasn't speaking. He just made sounds and may point to something. So that's a delay in development.
All right. Is that unusual for a 3-year-old not to be able to speak?
It is. 3-year-olds speak. Even if it's not a lot clear, they do.
All right. Under medications, it's showing albuterol sulfate. What was the purpose of that?
So on one of the visits, when he had a respiratory infection and the ear infection, one visit he came into the clinic and he was just coughing persistently. And from assessment, that leads me to believe that the airway is spasming. that was causing the cough because it was very persistent right behind. So the albuterol is a medicine that relaxes the airway. So it's a nebulizer. We put it in a machine and it makes a mist. You administer with a mask, or it could be with a mouthpiece where you inhale. So that will quiet or relax the airway. So we did that in the office.
All right. And when you did that, was that effective?
Very.
How long did it take to kick in?
So when we did that, he was quiet. His airway was quiet in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, so moving on, we have the vitals. And these were taken on July 14, 2023. The value, 34.25, is that inches?
This is height, yeah.
Yeah, inches in height. So that's about what, 2.5 feet?
About.
Okay, is that normal for a child that's 3?
It is.
All right. Weight of 28.6, is that pounds?
It's pounds.
All right. And is that normal for a child of that age and height?
A child of 3, it could weigh anywhere from 26 to 35 pounds.
Okay. So that's kind of right there in the range. Mm-hmm. All right. And then a BMI of 17.14, is that normal?
It is. For that age, BMI can be between 14 and 16, 14 and 15.
All right. So after you saw him on this date, you made some referrals. Let's talk about that. Mm-hmm. So first you made a referral, or I'm not sure if this is the order you made them, but you made a referral for psychological standards of care and psychological services. Talk to us about that.
So because he didn't have speech, and he was wearing a diaper at that stage where he was not bladder trained, and he didn't, for some kids, like when you were engaged with a child without the child even knowing, you would do things like you go over to the bed and you make circles or shapes, and you'll say what that is, or see if you can engage them to want to do something if they don't do so. Assessment or presentation leads you to believe what, to be curious. So that was presenting like there was some developmental delay, or so my job was to find out what I had a suspicion of autism, but that is not for me to determine. That's not my department. So a psychologist would be the one to do that. So I made the referral for him to see a psychologist.
So to be clear, you're not diagnosing him at this point. You're just referring him to someone who may be able to diagnose him.
Because from experience, correct.
All right.
That might be what's going
on. And then it looks like there's also, the second, I guess, part of this. It says Toller's father inquired. Talk to me about that. It's
okay.
Right
so
here.
In the visit, it was just casual. He said if we were able to help him with some housing. So at Healing, there is someone that takes care of all the referrals, and this would come on the referral. So a referral was made to her, and then she would get in touch with him, and they go from there. Once I refer, I don't.
So this was a referral from housing. Do you also have somebody who would be able to, like let's just say he was food insecure, needed food. Do you have somebody who can help him get food?
It would be the same social worker or the referral person that takes care of that. Whatever the patient needs, she would find a resource for them.
Okay. And is there any extra charge for that?
No.
So moving on, it looks like for your third referral that day, you referred to the feeding clinic at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Talk to us about that.
So the referral, the department is not something that I refer to.
Okay.
My referral would be to the person that handles the referral and the social part. She would find the clinic that is associated with the type of referral.
Okay.
So I don't know where that part came in, but that referral was for speech and language
Okay.
because he didn't speak.
Okay. Okay, so moving on, now we are at some of the chief complaints. So first of all, so right here on the constitutional, can you tell right here who brought the child in?
It was his father.
All right.
Wait.
Now let me ask this: how many times did you get a chance to evaluate Rodney McWade Jr.?
Twice.
And both times, who brought the child in?
His father.
All right. Did you ever get the opportunity to meet the mother?
No, I've never met her.
All right. And what was the chief complaint on this day?
So on that day, the one that's up was the day that he was coughing persistently. So he was brought in for a cough and he had a fever.
Okay.
So if you put that together and you look in his ears, they all drain together.
Mm-hmm.
They're connected.
Okay. And was this the day you treated him with the albuterol?
Yes.
All right. Now, right here, first of all, just for the jury's edification and a little bit of mine too, HPI, what does that mean?
History. That's just his history.
Okay. And then ROS, what does that mean?
Review of symptoms, a review of system. So that's where we have general up there, and the ears, then the endocrine respiratory is review of system.
Okay. And there's a lot of comments on here like denies itching, denies rash. Where does that information come from?
So it's asking the parents. Anything that says denies is what we ask, and they say no.
All right. So on this date, since it's the father that brought the child, these are questions you would ask the father. Mm-hmm. And that would be the father denying what's going on. And then on here it says, I'm going down to gastrointestinal right here and miss a decreased appetite.
Yes.
So would this be something that would be normal with a child that is sick?
Oh, yes, or anybody that has anything respiratory, whether you have cold symptoms or what. Even with adults, your appetite might be decreased because then it doesn't taste as well. Your taste buds not work out well when you have respiratory issues.
Okay. Moving down to family history, is this would this have came from the father also?
Yes, anything that says family history is what the information that we get from the family.
So based on the information provided by the defendant, how many brothers and sisters did Rodney Jr. have?
It says one brother and one sister, but I can add to that part that part is filled in the front.
What do you mean by that?
For example, when the child first come in, they have a medical assistant that will ask, has a lot of contact with the dad.
Okay.
That will ask about that.
Okay.
So, one brother, one sister.
So, basically what you're saying for the jury is that's not what was told to you. That was told to another person who inputted it into
Right.
Okay. Sorry, it's jumped on me. So in here again, under the vitals, we have his weight in pounds, height in inches, and his BMI, consistent with what we talked about earlier, correct? All right. Now, this information here under physical examination, where would this information come from?
That would be mine.
All right.
What was told to me by the dad and what I see.
Okay. And on the second line, I'll actually move my cursor's right here. It says that you did not measure the temperature, however, child's skin is very hot. What does that indicate to you?
Okay, so when a child is sick, when you speak to the parent, you ask them what did they do at home. You know, that way they can tell you, okay, he's had a temperature 2-3 days. So when I asked, he didn't actually measure it. He said with a thermometer, but he knows he have it because he felt hot.
Okay, so this is the father telling you that the skin, okay.
That he didn't like measure it with a thermometer.
And so you, I see a temperature here. Is that a temperature you measured?
Where is it?
Right here.
Okay, that was measured by the medical assistant.
Okay. And 102.1, where does that fall on the scale of
That's
body temperature?
That's a fever.
Okay. Severe, medium?
Fever that needed to be addressed at 102.
Okay. And then you also said this word turgor. What is that?
So, and this with anybody, you pinch, if you pull the skin up and it stays, we use it, turgor, to measure hydration.
Okay.
So, for example, if there's no pitting or sticking, then we say somebody's well hydrated. But we do measure skin turgor by just pulling on the skin to see what it does.
So
A part of measuring hydration. We use it for hydration.
So if you pinch your skin and it stays, that means you're dehydrated for the most part.
It can tell us.
Okay. And then right here you talk about fever greater than 102.9. That is when somebody's supposed to go to the ER.
Where am I now?
Can you see my mouse? Oh, sorry. Right here, can you see my mouse?
Okay, so that's when you teach the parent that if you measure the temperature and it's over a certain amount, the doctor's office is not going to be the place to go. You need to go to the ER because you worry about someone having, whether adult or child, having a seizure because of fever.
Okay.
High temperatures can cause seizures. So that will be part of the teaching to the parent or to any patient that over a certain amount you head for the ER where they can care for you.
Okay. So the child is presenting with a temperature of 102.1, and it sounds like for lack of a better term, the red line is 102.9. Explain to us, put in context to us, how close is that?
Just point, because he was at 102.1 and 102.9. I certainly didn't want it to hit 103 because for sure, not for sure, but the risk is higher, the higher the temperature of the patient or the baby having a seizure. So he needed to know that if you measure the temperature and this is going on, the child need to go to the emergency room.
So what did you guys do in office to, if anything, to bring his temperature down?
Okay, but I think he had given the child Tylenol at home. So we went ahead and measured, gave Tylenol, and we also got his airway situated. And to go home, for home prescription that would address the ear infection or anything else that's going on that's bacterial. So there was a prescription, but in clinic, he had Tylenol.
All right. Anything else?
So, and all of this is teaching that you can give Tylenol to the child for fever, increase PO fluids. So we always tell the patient, whether child or adult, how do you care for your child after a visit? Or how do you care for yourself? That is involved in every visit.
Okay. And why is it important to teach a parent how to care for themselves on top of how to care for their child?
So when I said it is important to, I'm going back and forth because that's my spectrum, adults and peds. What I was saying is whether it's pediatric or it's adults, we teach the parent to take care of the child. And if it's an adult patient, we teach that adult patient to take care of themselves. Because we can make diagnoses and make prescriptions and all of those. But if the caregiver don't know how to carry these things out, or is not taught what to do, or to look for signs where the child or themselves is in danger, to move to a more acute care. So with every visit with anybody, this is how you take care of yourself. We do it verbally, and we print pamphlets and everything and hand it over.
All right. So in this, part of the education is representing teaching the parent the signs of a fever.
Say that again?
So part of the education that you gave here was teaching the parent the signs of a fever?
Right.
And also teaching... Oh, go ahead.
And when it's danger that you don't stay home with this child, if this is presenting, you need to go to the emergency room.
Okay. Sorry, I lost my place here. Give me 1 second. All right. So this is specifically on... I'm trying to see if I can... The date of service is May 16th, 2023.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here we have the history again. And once again, this is information provided by who?
Parent.
All right. And did it look like the father had any questions or concerns on this day?
So this was a well child check for 30 months, I think.
Okay, explain to us what a well child check is.
So, for us to follow the developmental growth and where the milestones, children would have, like a newborn will probably come in a month. And as they grow older, you have different time. You have a 2-year visit, which would be 24 months. You do have 18 months, but this was his 30-month visit. Mm-hmm. So we can see if we watch the growth, if there's vaccines due, if there's anything. So this was just his 30-month visit where we do and these are questions related to that. We want to know if the child is eating, if they're engaging with their siblings and stuff like that.
All right. And with all these checks, do you know if they would be covered by insurance?
If these?
Yeah, like the well child checks. Do you know
the well child check, yeah.
All right.
It's covered by insurance, or if you don't have insurance, you can pay. But these are the questions.
Okay. So under nutrition, this is information given to you by the parent?
So under nutrition is what we encourage. Like here it says good eating habits, well balanced diet. Some of it is given, but here we put adequate milk and no mealtime problems reported. So we ask of parent about the eating habits of their children, the sleeping habits of their children, their relationship with their siblings, you know, their bowel habits, how many hours they sleep.
Okay. And do you also educate them on nutrition, also proper nutrition?
Yes. And we give them pamphlets as to how, because we focus on the iron, them getting enough iron and minerals and stuff like that, and milk. So they're educated. And then we have pamphlets that will say for a 24-month what they're supposed to be eating, how much they're supposed to be eating, and we balance it by saying that exercise so every diagnosis or everything that we address, we can print. After we educate, you can take this with you.
Okay. So here under key family checks, 1 second. So where my cursor is, it starts with family support system, good support system. You see that? Is that something you're educating him on, or is that something he's
So
telling you?
these are questions that we ask the parents if they're resting, because as a caregiver, you know, if you're not able, if you're not resting, you might not be able to take care of your younger ones or your children. So these are things that we ask. Like here it says parent health, and it's /red, it says good, because that's the information that we get when we ask.
Okay.
That.
So this is basically question and answer. All right. So,
and when we ask about the child care, it says not used. So we ask about those things. That information mostly comes from the parents.
so when you asked about family support system, the answer given was a good support system. And when you asked about extended family, the answer given was the family's involved? Okay. And then here, you have another measurement of Rodney Jr.'s height, weight, and BMI. Are those numbers within range?
Yes.
A lot of emails. All right. And then right here, this section, are these basically observations that you made?
So these are the, let's see, things that it's just a check off as to what's going on with the child. It says well nourished, he's alert. Even though he doesn't talk, he'll look around, so he's pretty alert. And I didn't see him, as I said, his skin turgor, he wasn't dirty or anything. He was just presented here, combed. Yeah, he had a lot of hair, so he was combed and just like a regular child presented.
So moving down to, preventative medicine, okay. So talk to us about this section of preventative medicine. What type of information is here?
So it says communication with the patient really is the parent. So you counsel on physical activity, because you always do that so that the child don't get obese. So you do physical activity, all of that counseling on nutrition. And here it says handout given. And we had a thing called reading program where I don't know where they got the little books, but they have some books that you would just give to the parent to give to the child. That takes place in the front. That's not something that I have to give, but that will take place with the medical assistant.
Okay.
So here it says fever control, because you have to, just like I said, if the child has a fever, those are the things that you prepare the parent with, how you would give the Tylenol. And it says health promotion, lead risk, because we check them for lead, fever measurement, how you would do that, oral health, because we tell parent as soon as you can see teeth, you teach them how to use the little bitty toothbrush. So all these is how, these instructions here are how to take care of your child.
Okay, so it sounds like, well, I'm not going to characterize, I'll say this. On top of evaluating a child, you give a lot of information to the parent too. Would that be a correct statement?
Yes.
And if there were any concerns from the parent, is this facility equipped to try to answer them?
Yes. They call in and leave, and I think they had a system on the computer where you could put in some information and somebody would call you back, or they're able to call and the nurse or the MA answer questions. And if it was something that they need me and I'm in there, they would transfer the call and then we'll discuss the parent's concern.
All right. 1 second, please. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Rockett, I wanted to ask, the well child visit is something that's, you have those at benchmarks at different dates throughout the child's life, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And for the July of 2023, July 14th, 2023 visit that y'all went over in detail, that was not a well child visit, correct?
That was a sick visit.
How does a parent go about setting up a sick child visit?
They just call the front office and say that they need to come in to make an appointment, and the person at the desk will take care of all of that.
Okay.
Whether they go over insurance or, but they do get the information they need and set the appointment.
Okay. I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything on redirect?
No, Your Honor.
So I want to thank you for excuse me, thank you for coming in today. You are officially excused, which means you get to leave the building or you may remain in the courtroom, your choice.
Okay.
Does the state have another witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor. State now calls Dr. Ruby Thomas.
Turn and face me. You swear affirm the testimony you said give said me the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
For the record, state your full name and spell it.
Name is Dr. Ruby Thomas. That's RUBYTHOMAS.
Good afternoon, Dr. Thomas.
Good afternoon.
So, Dr. Thomas, we're just going to start with some of your experience. How long have you been a doctor?
17 years.
And where did you go to medical school?
I attended Morehouse School of Medicine.
And so, do you have any specialties?
I'm a board-certified pediatrician as well as preventive medicine physician.
All right. Talk to us about some of the things you had to do to obtain your medical degree.
So, of course, I completed medical school 4 years, and then I completed 3 years of pediatric residency, Morehouse School of Medicine, and then an additional 2 years of preventive medicine residency, also at Morehouse School of Medicine.
All right. And are you certified in any specialty?
Pediatrics and preventive medicine.
All right. And what do you have to do to maintain those certifications?
Maintenance of certification, which includes testing, continuing medical education, as well as maintaining an active practice.
And does that continuing education have to be specifically within, pediatrics and general medicine?
Yes. So for the pediatric board certification, the continuing education has to be pediatric focused, and the preventive medicine has to be preventive medicine focused.
All right. And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the City of Atlanta Wellness Center.
And how long have you worked there?
About 18 months.
And what do you do there?
I see employees for annual physicals, sick visits, things of that nature.
And prior to working there, where did you work?
Prior to that, I worked at Healing Community Center as a pediatrician and interim medical director.
And how long did you work there?
I worked there about 2 years.
All right. And what were your duties there?
I would see pediatric patients, so age 0 to 18, for well child checks, sick visits, immunizations, sports physicals, and I did some administrative duties with scheduling and quality of care and things of that nature.
All right. And while you were there, did you have the opportunity to encounter Rodney McWay, Taiwan McWay, and Treasure McWay?
Yes.
I'm now handing you what's already been entered as State's Exhibit 33. All right. And I'm now going to publish it to the monitor in front of you. So, Dr. Thomas, what are we looking at here? Oh, I'm sorry, what are we looking at here?
These are from the medical records used to document patient visits. So this would be the patient's chart.
All right. And so DOS data service, would that? Oh, sorry. Okay, so this is for a data service of April 27, 2023. Would it be fair to say that he was seen at this clinic on April 27, 2023?
So on that date, an appointment was scheduled, but there's nothing in the medical record, so he did not make that visit, so he didn't keep that appointment.
Okay. Moving on to April 6th, 2023.
That's the same. He did not keep that appointment, but it was scheduled for that date.
All right. And can you tell from this why it was scheduled? Like the reason it was scheduled?
So it was a follow-up from a previous visit. It doesn't say specifically what the follow-up was for.
Okay. And then going back to the previous page.
This was to follow up on his speech therapy referral.
All right. All right, so looking here on a data service of October 27th, 2022. Can you tell from here who brought the child in?
He was brought in by his father.
All right. Now, you answered earlier that you've seen all three kids.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me who brought the kids in when you saw them?
They came with their father.
Did you have an opportunity to ever meet the mother?
Not that I recall.
So moving down, here's a developmental assessment, and there's words in red. First of all, developmental assessment, are these your observations?
So yes, they're my observations and then questions that are asked to the parent as far as what the child is doing or not doing.
Okay. And there's a lot of tasks that are in here. Are these tasks that you observed, or is this something you're just, or I guess, walk me through how you got this information.
So some of it is observations, some of it comes from asking the parent and getting feedback, and then some of it comes from certain standardized questionnaires we ask and give to the parent at certain ages. So it's a combination.
Okay. So moving on, there are vitals here. 34 inches tall, 28 pounds, BMI of 17.03. Would you consider those in range?
Yes, so his height is at the 39th percentile for his age, which is normal. His weight was at the 46th percentile, which was normal for his age. And the BMI was also normal for his age.
All right, thank you. All right. And what are we looking at here?
That is another appointment that was scheduled previous to the last visit that he did not show up for and was rescheduled.
All right. All right, can you tell the date of service on this one?
That's July 25th, 2022.
All right. And who brought him in on this one?
His father.
And can you tell the reason?
For just his routine checkup.
All right. And then right here, you have his vitals again for the date of July 25th, 2022. Would those be in range?
Yes, those are all normal.
Now, what are we looking at here?
That is a lab value from a test done in office on April 5th, 2024 for a hemoglobin value.
All right, and what's the significance of a hemoglobin value?
Hemoglobin is a screening for anemia in children.
All right. And does that seem normal?
Yeah, normal range is greater than 11. So he's at 11.2, so lower end of normal, but normal.
All right. And then it looks like, what is this?
That is a hemoglobin value done, on October 27th, 2022.
Okay.
So that was done with his 2-year-old checkup.
Okay. And is that value normal?
Yes, that's normal, 14.6. And I think I misspoke the date on that last hemoglobin value. Can you scroll back up?
Oh, sorry. Went all the way back.
Yeah, that was May 16th, 2023 was the 11.2 value.
All right. So explain to me what we're looking at here.
So this is a questionnaire that the parents given when they come in for their child's checkup that they fill out before seeing the provider.
All right. And it says a 2-year visit. Would that be synonymous with one of the well child checks?
Yes, so that was synonymous with his well child check that was done in October.
All right. And then right here under anemia, first of all, who did you say fills this out?
The parent.
All right. Under anemia, do you ever struggle to put food on the table? And what's the answer here?
No.
And then a question under that, does your child's diet include iron-rich foods such as meat, eggs, iron-fortified cereals, and beans? What's the answer there?
Yes.
All right. All right, explain to me what this form is.
So this is the patient registration form, basically where we just collect the demographic information of the parent and the patient.
All right. And right here for emergency contact, do you recognize who that name is?
Yes, that is the father's name.
Okay. And is the mother's name anywhere on this form?
Not that I saw.
All right. And then here's an ID card. Whose ID card is this?
The father's ID card.
And why would this ID card be collected?
We collect everyone's ID who comes into the clinic to be seen. If they're a minor, of course, we get the parents' ID and insurance information.
All right. And what is this form? Oh, sorry.
So that's a form that shows where we check the system to check the insurance coverage essentially for the patient.
Okay. And so at this time, can you tell if Rodney McWade Jr. was covered by insurance?
Yes, it looks like he had Peach State.
All right. So now moving on. All right, explain to me what this is.
So this is a screening form called the Modified Checklist for Autism in Toddlers. So it's a screening that we give to 18-month-old and 2-year-old children for autism.
All right. And is this a screening that's requested or is it general for everybody?
It's given to all children at 18 months and 2 years.
And who fills this out?
The parent.
And then who reviews it?
The provider.
So in this case, who would the provider have been?
That would have been me.
All right. And so you reviewed this?
Yes.
And based on your review of this, did you make any referrals?
I made a referral to speech therapy just based on this screening and, the exam. He wasn't saying very many words, wasn't speaking very much, so I did a speech therapy referral.
Okay. All right. And what is this a picture of?
That is a picture of the patient's insurance card.
And by patient, do you mean the child or the parent?
The child.
All right. And based on this, can you tell if that insurance was valid at the time that you collected the card?
I can't tell based on this, but the front office staff collects that information and verifies it prior to the appointment. So I'm assuming if it's in the chart, that means it's valid.
All right. And I think you mentioned that you were did you say you were a clinical supervisor?
I was a medical director, yes.
Medical director. So as medical director, what aspects of the clinic are you over?
Basically all of it, like how the front office is run, outside of how the providers provide clinical care, but administrative duties, scheduling, making sure patient appointments are appropriate, managing office staff.
All right. And so if a patient comes in without insurance, are they still seen?
Yes, at the Healing Community Center, we do what's called a sliding fee scale for patients without insurance. So based on their income and their household size and situation, they can still be seen, and we would charge them based on what they make.
All right. So now moving on, these medical records, are they kept in normal course of business by your clinic?
So these are electronic medical records, so they're stored, in the electronic health record system.
All right. I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 34 and 35. Do you recognize State's Exhibits 34 and 35?
Yes, these are the medical records for Treasurer McWay and Taiwan McWay.
All right. And have you had a chance to review those medical records?
Yes.
And are those accurate based on your review?
Yes.
Your Honor, State now moves State's Exhibits 34 and 35 into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now focusing on which I think is State's 34, which is Taiwan McWay. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so first of all, let's try to make this a little more readable. All right, so it looks like here that it is noted in his medical history that there's a seizure disorder. Can you talk to us about that?
When he was seen for his checkup, we just routinely asked for medical history. Father mentioned that he did have a seizure disorder and he was on medication for it. And then he had a follow-up appointment scheduled in June with a neurologist.
Okay. So there's a medication listed right here. Right
yes.
here.
Yes.
What is that medication and what is it for?
That is a seizure medication known as Keppra is the trade name for it, but it's used to prevent seizures in children.
All right. So for somebody who has seizures and is on Keppra, how important is it for them to take their medicine as directed?
It's very important to take it every day. If you miss doses or it lapses, there's a chance of the seizures recurring.
All right. Now I'm looking here at values for, it looks like the vitals were taking that day.
Yes, this would have been from his visit on March 16th.
Yes. So a height of 43 inches, a weight of 35.6 pounds, and BMI of 13.54. Are those within range for a child that's this age?
His weight and height were both normal for his age and sex, but his BMI was low. So BMI is a measure of weight for height. So he was essentially taller than he was heavy.
Okay. And is that unusual for a child of that age?
It's not uncommon, but, you know, we would like to see the BMI to be between the 5th to 85th percentile. His was at the 2nd, so it was definitely something to keep an eye on.
All right. Explain to me when you say like 2nd percentile, like break that down for me. What does that mean?
So normally height, weight, and body mass index in children are measured on a scale. Like I said, normal is considered between the 5th and 85th percentile. So basically this, 85% of children will be in this range. If it's below that, it's considered abnormal. That means, about 5% of children will be below what's normal, that normal range, but it can also indicate other problems. So it's, a marker for health and nutrition and things of that nature.
Okay. So right here under patient encounters, we're talking about March 16th, 2023. Talk to me about the diagnoses you have over here.
So he was seen for his well-child check, our annual physical. So the first diagnosis is the encounter for the physical. The second is encounter for immunizations, where he got his routine shots. The third is the seizure disorder, which we talked about, which was an ongoing health issue. And the last one addressed the BMI, or body mass index, being below the 5th percentile.
All right, so here we are on the same day, March 16th, 2023. So primary caregiver, where does that information come from?
The primary caregiver comes from the parent who's with the child.
All right. So So the parent that was with the child said that the primary caregiver is the father.
Yes.
All right. Right here, toilet training process. Toilet training in process. Talk to me about that. Like,
So a child of 5, we would expect to be potty trained, but there's some room for errors there. So bedwetting wouldn't be unusual at that age. So that would just speak to those questions that I asked him about toilet training. Is he wetting the bed and things like that? So he seemed to be still having some accidents, most likely, based on what I documented.
all right. And then this short paragraph right here, I think it's talking about what you said earlier about the seizure disorder. Are you able to tell if he ever made that appointment in June?
No, I can't tell from this note.
All right. Developmental assessment. I'm actually going to go down here. Developmental assessment. Talk to me about this section.
So again, it's based on our observation, questions we ask the parent, as well as any questionnaires they fill out. So developmentally, everything seemed to be normal for his age at this point.
And then moving down to the key family checks. How do you obtain the information to fill this out?
So those usually come from either questionnaires before the visit, some questions we ask parents as well.
Okay. So he was asked about his family support system?
Some of this is also just a template, so some of it may not have been updated, but the family support system, yes, that seems to be accurate.
Okay. And then the financial support here, does that seem accurate also?
Yes.
Okay. And then moving on to the next page, it says here about nutrition and diet. Would that have been his answer? Well-balanced diet and good eating habits?
Yes.
All right. Now, moving down to the objective, this BMI right here is in red. Talk to me about that.
So that just indicates an abnormal value. So since it's below the 5th%, it was flagged as abnormal in the chart.
All right. And by 2.05, would it be fair to say that 2% of children are below that value?
Exactly.
All right. And do you know if this is based on children in the United States, or do you know what the sample group is for this?
Based on children in the United States.
All right. So moving to the next page, talk to me about this assessment here.
So those were the major findings from the exam and history. So the checkup, he needed immunizations at that time. We discussed the seizure disorder, which was stable, and the BMI being low.
And number 3 under the plan here with the seizure disorder, continue Keppra. If the parent has issues getting the Keppra, does your clinic offer any type of assistance for them?
What type of issues, like financial?
They can't afford the medication.
We would not necessarily for medication. Usually if the patient has insurance, such as Medicaid, that type of medicine would be covered. There are other resources like GoodRx and discount prescription programs that I can provide to the parent to assist with, figuring out how best for them to afford it.
Okay.
And then that's an instance where I would also have them contact the neurologist to see if there were any special incentives or programs that they had to make sure the child stayed on the medication.
Are you able to tell, like anywhere in this record, if the parent reported having issues obtaining Keppra?
Not based on this record. None of that was documented.
And are you able to tell if the child was able to continuously have Keppra?
Not from this document, no.
And under here under BMI, there's a note here. Talk to me about the reason for this note.
So his weight was normal for his age, and again, he was a little taller than he was big. So I think that's what was making the BMI low. But I did encourage more calories, so adding more healthy fats and proteins to the diet, as well as a shake such as Pediasure or Ensure to, supplement the calories just to make sure his growth was appropriate.
And by encourage, you mean you told the father directly?
Yes.
And then right here you have handouts given under preventive medicine. Talk to me about that.
So usually with the checkups, there's basically a routine handout we give to parents after the visit that outlines all the anticipatory guidance and everything we talked about. So those topics are addressed in the handout we give to parents typically.
Okay. So it sounds like you also got a handout on social behavior counseling. Is that correct?
I don't recall if he got a specific handout about that. I know we typically give it to parents, but I just don't remember if we did or did not in this case.
Okay. Now moving on, what does this represent?
So this was an appointment scheduled for January 26, 2023, but it was not attended.
Okay. And does your clinic ever reach out to try to figure out reasons why a child may be missing appointments?
We typically reach out to remind, and if they have, repetitive no-shows, we do try to dig a little deeper as to why. But this clinic did have a lot of patients who would not show up for their appointments or need to reschedule multiple times, so that's not unusual.
Okay. Moving on. What are we looking at here?
That was an appointment for a physical scheduled for November 28th, 2022, but it wasn't attended. It was rescheduled.
Okay. And then what are we looking at here?
Same thing, appointment that was rescheduled for November 10th, 2022.
Now let me ask you, are these appointments scheduled automatically, or do you usually reach out to the parent to reschedule?
No, either the parent calls and schedules the initial appointment. If they don't show up, we call to reschedule them, or the parent will call and reschedule, or we reschedule at the time they call in to make another appointment. So we do attempt to make other appointments if they don't show up.
Okay, so just to be clear, like when an appointment's rescheduled, it's because you talked to the parent and rescheduled it?
Yes.
All right. And what are we looking at here?
Appointment for August 31st that was rescheduled. August 31st, 2022.
And this looks like it may be a duplicate. What about this one?
That looks like the August 31st appointment that was rescheduled.
All right, what about this one?
August 18th, 2022, an appointment that was rescheduled.
All right. And what about this one?
August 8th, 2022, appointment was rescheduled. So it looks like he scheduled an initial appointment for a checkup and just kept rescheduling it until we saw him on that March 16th date.
Okay. What about this one?
Appointment from August 1st, 2022.
All right. And this one?
An appointment from October 13th, 2020.
Okay. So, what are we looking at here?
That's the questionnaire the parent typically completes prior to the physical.
All right. Will they complete this in office, or will this be take home?
In the office.
All right. There were two questions under anemia. Explain to me those questions and the answers.
So one was, do you ever struggle to put food on the table? The answer to that was no. And the other was, does your child diet include iron-rich foods such as meat, eggs, fortified cereal, or beans? And the answer to that was yes.
All right. And what are we looking at here?
That's the new patient registration form, which just collects demographic information for the patient.
All right, the patient being a child?
Yes.
And under emergency contact, who is that?
That's the patient's father.
Okay. Do you know if the mother's information is on the sheet anywhere?
Not that I saw.
All right, so now moving over to safety exhibit 35, I think it was. 35. All right, safety exhibit 35, who is this a medical record for?
It's for Treasurer McWay.
All right. All right, talk to me about the medical history on this one.
So she also had a speech delay. She wasn't saying words clearly and only speaking in a few sentences, which is not normal for her age.
Yeah, and how old was she at this time?
I believe she was 3 years old.
All right. And family history, where would that information come from?
Usually the parent.
All right. So right here it says she has 2 brothers. Would that come from the parent?
Yes.
All right, so talk to me about the diagnoses right here.
So it was for her exam was for her well child check, which is what that first diagnosis speaks to. Again, body mass index was normal for age. It was between the 5th to 85th percentile. We screened for anemia at that appointment. We screened for lead at that appointment, and then we did her vaccines, which is the encounter of immunizations. She did have some elevated blood pressures, which I noted, as well as a rash and the speech delay, which we spoke about.
All right. All right, so what are we looking at here?
That was an appointment scheduled for May 4th, 2023 for her 4-year-old well child check, but that appointment was not attended.
All right. And then what about here?
That was an appointment scheduled for February 23rd, 2023 to follow up in 6 weeks from the previous appointment, but she did not show up for that one.
And what are we looking at here?
That is a phone call that the father made to the office requesting cream to be sent to the pharmacy, which we spoke about in the appointment. And the medical assistant answered the call, and I sent the prescription, and we relayed that information to the parent.
Okay. So now this is a date of service date of January 5th, 2023. Who brought the patient to the doctor's office that day?
Her father.
All right. And what were some of the observations per the dad?
She had a rash on the side of her nose that he wanted us to look at. That was one of the main things.
All right. And then once again, you noted that she only says a few words?
Yes.
All right. ROS, I'm not sure if I asked you, what did that stand for?
That's review of systems, so just any complaints they have related to the specific system, heart, lungs, skin, etc.
So at this point in January 2023, it looks like there was no change of appetite.
No.
And then going down to gastrointestinal, it looks like there's no change in bowel habits.
No.
And then on the next page, I think this is a continuation of the same section. No difficulty urinating.
No.
So going down to the assessment, talk to us about this section. It says it was an exam with abnormal findings.
Yes, so she had the rash on the side of her nose, which I thought might be a healing skin infection, and the elevated blood pressure readings as well as the speech delay. Those were the abnormalities that were noted.
Okay. And at this time, her BMI was within range?
Yes, it was at the 7th percentile. Again, normal is between 5 to 85, so it was on the low side of normal.
Okay. And the number 6, the elevated blood pressure. Talk to us about that. I mean, how often do you see kids with elevated blood pressure?
It can happen pretty often. Sometimes if they're nervous or excited or moving a lot during the visit, that can impact it. She did have 2 elevated readings on 2 separate occasions, or at least, 2 elevated readings at that visit, I believe. So I did want her to come back in 6 weeks. That's what the 6-week follow-up was for, to just recheck it, to see if we needed to do more tests or more workup for it.
Okay. And then, so number 8, talk to us about the speech delay.
Again, she was only saying a few words, not speaking in sentences. At 3, most children should be speaking in full sentence, and you should understand most of what they say. So it's definitely a delay. So we referred to speech therapy for further evaluation.
And then moving on to preventive medicine. Anything stand out to you about this section?
No, it's just the typical handout that's given to parents, anticipatory guidance.
Okay. And is it common from your experience, and I guess from the mission of the clinic, to provide proactive education for the parent?
Yeah, like I said, with most well child checks, we would try to give at least the this information in a handout form to parents after the visit, so they would have something to reference.
And if the parent did have questions and they're not at the clinic, how would they be able to get information?
They would just need to call and leave a message with the front office for the doctor to call them back to get a question answered or make another appointment.
And is that something you tell your patients?
Yes.
Parents? And then what's the goal on the turnaround time for a callback?
Usually I try to do it same day.
So what are we looking at here?
That was an appointment made December 20th, 2022. That was rescheduled.
All right. And what are we looking at here?
It's an appointment made December 19th, 2022. That was rescheduled.
And what are we looking at here?
An appointment made December 12th, 2022. That was rescheduled. Again, it looks like it was her 3-year-old checkup appointment that was just rescheduled a few times before we saw her in January.
Okay. And what are we looking at here?
The appointment on December 8th, 2022, that was rescheduled.
And what are we looking at here?
An appointment for August 30th, 2022, that was rescheduled.
Now let me ask you a question. So on here is in December of 2022, it's a 3-year wellness check. But here, about 3.5, 4 months prior, it's just a wellness check. What are those, like the same appointment basically? Just
Yes. Yeah, okay. They just called it something different. When the front office person types in the reason, they may put the age or they may not.
All right. And then August 9th, would that be the same appointment?
Yes.
And then July 22nd, would that be the same appointment?
Yes.
All right. And then October 13th, this is 2022, wellness check, not the same appointment.
Right, that might have been her 1 year or 15-month appointment in 2020.
Okay. Now, what are we seeing here?
So that is the hemoglobin level done at her appointment on January 5th, 2023, and it was normal at 12.9.
Okay, so what is this document?
It's basically the insurance verification.
Okay. So, and the date here, what date is this?
It was checked May 3rd, 2023.
So this is basically saying as of May 3rd, 2023, she did have insurance.
Yes.
All right. What are we looking at here?
It's the demographic information for the patient.
All right. And then here, who is the emergency contact?
Rodney McWay.
And does the mother appear on this form?
Not that I see.
And then what are we looking at here?
The patient's insurance card.
All right. And so based on that, you guys can check and see if she has insurance that's current?
Correct.
All right. And is that a check that you guys do every time she comes in?
Yes.
So here, it looks like another service date, July 21st, 2022. Does it show that she had insurance on that day?
Yes.
All right. But as I said earlier, even if there isn't insurance, there are options to still get care.
Yes.
All right. Dr. Thomas, that's all I have for you for right now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Thomas.
Good afternoon.
There was something I thought I heard you say about that it's not unusual from time to time for patients or their parents, I guess, because they're the ones who get them to appointments, to miss appointments at this clinic.
Yes.
And so is there something that is unique or specific to this clinic or the population it serves that creates that issue?
It is a federally qualified health center, so we usually see patients low income, tend to have Medicaid insurance or no insurance. So just that population tends to have a higher no-show rate, despite, multiple attempts to contact. Sometimes they just don't come to appointments.
Okay. And in your experience, sometimes that has to do with issues of transportation?
Sometimes it's transportation, sometimes it's income. Sometimes we don't know why.
And in your position as a pediatric physician, you are a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
And it's true that you did not have occasion or reason, you did not make any reports pursuant to that responsibility for Treasurer McWay, correct?
Correct.
Or Tajuan McWay, correct?
Correct.
Or Rodney Jr., correct?
Right.
I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything from the state?
Nothing to say, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You are officially excused, so you get to leave the building or you may remain in the courtroom, your choice. Okay. But thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but those are all the witnesses you plan to call today?
Yes, Your Honor, the next witness will take a significant amount of time.
All right, so you get an early dismissal. I will remind you again not to discuss the case, not to do any independent research. And please return so we can start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. All right.
All right, adjourned.
For recessing for the evening.
Not from, well, Your Honor, we did eliminate 2 additional witnesses today, so we're getting.
I'm sure the court reporter is appreciative. Anything from defense?
I had a conversation yesterday with the state regarding some medical expert testimony and exhibits in particular. I think the state was intending to introduce some of that maybe tomorrow. So,
No, actually Monday. But
Monday. Okay. Well, just between now and before Monday, if we could get, so we don't have to have that conversation.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. If there's nothing that needs the court's attention, we are in recess, and I will see you all tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.